All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to night one of our at-large debates. Our first debate will be between Gleneva Hodge of the Anguilla Progressive Movement, Mr. Evan Gumbs from the Anguilla Reliable Team, Mr. Joseph Vanterpool from the Anguilla United Front, and Ms. Avnella Griffith, who is an independent candidate. Can we stand for a word of prayer, please? Father God, thank you for bringing us here safely. Thank you for blessing, guiding, and directing us. I ask that you honor our proceedings, help everything to go smoothly, bring everyone that's on their way safely. Help us to have a good and fruitful discussion. In Jesus' name, amen. Continue standing for the national song, please. Thank you very much. May I be seated? Nominees contesting the upcoming 2025 elections will be given a chance to debate several areas of sustainable development. These debates seek to allow candidates to appeal to young voters and express their plans to achieve sustainable development nationally. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, adopted by all United Nations member states in 2015, provides a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet now and into the future. At its heart are the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, also known as SDGs, which are an urgent call for action by all countries, developed and developing, in a global partnership. They recognize that ending poverty and other deprivations must go hand in hand with strategies that improve health and education, reduce inequality, and spur economic growth, all while tackling climate change and working to preserve our oceans and forests. Our sponsors are Government of Anguilla, Flow, Titanium Audiovisual, Milestones, 5 Star Media, Anguilla Football Association, Ms. Mercedes Fleming, and Mr. Trenton Roach. I'll now turn over the proceedings to Mr. Nestor and Alyssa of the Anguilla Youth Parliament and National Youth Ambassador Corps. Give them a round of applause, please.
Good evening, everyone. I'll first go over the ground rules. Firstly, each candidate will be given 3 minutes to give an opening statement. Candidates will be given 4 questions from the moderator related to sustainable development goals. Candidates will be given 1 minute to prepare a response. Each candidate will then be given a maximum of 3 minutes to respond to this question. In this section, the candidate is only to refer to the moderator in his or her response. After candidates have been given an opportunity to respond, a maximum of 2 minutes will be given to each candidate to rebut the stance of the opponent or share further information on the question or topic, if so desired. Only in this rebuttal section are candidates allowed to respectfully refer to their opponents. After the initial 4 minutes, questions will be fielded from the virtual and live audience. Questions must be posed to all candidates. Questions with hidden agendas or that may seem confrontational will not be asked. Each candidate will be given 2 minutes to answer each question from the audience with a minute rebuttal. After this segment is completed, candidates will be given 3 minutes to give a closing statement. If questions are not clear, kindly ask the moderator to repeat the questions. Ms. Alyssa will now read the rules to the audience.
Good evening, everyone. To ensure a debate of quality, we ask the audience to respect all candidates. Please place all phones on silent. The audience is not allowed to applaud or make any noise of any kind to interrupt the response of any candidate. Any audience member that insists on doing such will be asked to leave. Please be respectful.
All right, thank you. We'll now begin by allowing each candidate to give 3 minutes of an opening statement. We'll begin with Ms. Gleneva Hodge. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. Good evening to all who are present and viewing online. I would like to thank the moderators for this opportunity to stand before you today. My name is Gleneva Hodge, and as I look around this room, I see not just my fellow Anguillians, but the pulse of our future, a future shaped by each of us who care deeply about the path our island is on. I am here today not as a stranger to the challenges we face, but as someone who has lived, fought, and grown within this community. For years, I have dedicated myself to this island and its people. As a former member of all 3 national youth bodies, the Anguilla Youth Council, the Anguilla Youth Parliament, and up until 2022, a National Youth Ambassador, and I also served as CARICOM Youth Ambassador for a period of 3 years. I have had the privilege during that time to listen to the voices of our youth and fight for their rightful place in our future of this country. In 2019, I first ventured into politics, launching my candidacy as an independent candidate. While I may not have won at the polls, I found success in something greater. A platform, a voice for the issues that affect us all. Through those conversations, I began to understand the depth of our struggles and the strength of our aspirations. Over the years, I have continued my service as the president of the Anguilla National Council of Women, the president of SAFE, our National Domestic Violence Hotline, and I founded a nonprofit organization focused on creating safe spaces and providing vital support for women and families through initiatives like We Need to Talk and First Starts. This work has been a labor of love, a response to the quiet pain and loud dreams of so many. And yet, my work is far from done. I believe we are at a crossroads. Anguilla, I believe it is time for more leadership that doesn't just listen to the people, but sees them. Leadership that understands that true progress is not just economic. It is the nurturing of the people who make this island what it is. I know this because I have lived and walked alongside you. In addition to my passion for advocacy, I bring with me over 17 years of experience in the financial services industry, a sector I believe holds the key to a resilient, innovative future for Anguilla. My background gives me the ability to think critically. I have also had the privilege of serving as chair of the former Water Corporation of Anguilla and have seen firsthand the struggles caused by the crumbling water network. This is why I stand with you today. ready, prepared as an advocate, mother, professional, and leader, and ready to serve the people of Anguilla. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hodge. Mr. Gumbs, you have 3 minutes.
Moderators, audience gathered here, those listening via radio and the internet, good evening. I want to applaud the Anguilla National Youth Council for organizing these debates. A fundamental ingredient of any healthy and thriving society is the ability to have a discourse along lines of commonalities and differences. Choosing the platform for these discussions from the Sustainable Development Goals signifies that our youths are embracing global, regional, and national issues as lifelong learners. Armed with such knowledge, I have renewed a sense of confidence and hope that we can face the future with a great degree of optimism. The 7 Sustainable Development Goals embodies much of what I believe in. My life's work, and my living are centered around one mantra: love your neighbor as you love yourself. I have always engaged my will, time, energy, and resources to feeding the hungry and clothing the naked, caring for the sick, and making the world a better place. My desire for political involvement is not just about self-aggrandizement. As many of you know, I've served in government for 5 years, 2010 to 2015, and I want to do my part in addressing people's special needs and interests. I want to play a vital role in making sure everyday living is addressed so people can escape the onslaughts of poverty, hunger, and disease. Tonight is a pleasure to be here to answer any and all the questions, knowing that we have the same vision for a better Anguilla. Even though we may differ on the pathway of our common destiny, we have grown tremendously as a society in areas such as gender equality, and I can say a little bit more on that. My mom and my dad built a business that started in 1932, which is now Highway Tire Service, and we are still going strong, and I just, about 2 years ago, employed a lady to work with me. We have grown tremendously as a society in Anguilla. We look forward and build these remarkable achievements as we solidify our foothold on life's mountain. Justice all around the world is now the main topic for discussion. It is my prayer we deliberate and that we will draw closer to embracing the hallmarks that make a great nation. May Anguilla, our only sanctuary in a cruel world, remain proud, strong, and free. May God bless Anguilla. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gumbs. We'll hear from Mr. Jose Vanterpool.
Good evening, everyone. And I want to say a special good evening to all Anguillians who are watching online or listening via radio. I want to start off by saying a special thank you to the Anguilla National Youth Council for organizing these debates. And I want to say a special good evening to my colleagues at the table here with me, and I look forward to a very respectful and robust dialogue as we discuss the issues not only facing our youth, but facing Anguilla's sustainable development. My name is Mr. Jose Vanterpool, and I am once again contesting the Anguilla general elections as an island-wide candidate with the Anguilla United Front. So for those of you who may be listening who may not be familiar with who Jose is, I'll just give a bit about my background. I'm a proud product of our education system, though we all acknowledge it's not perfect. I would have graduated from the Albina Lake Hodge Comprehensive School in 2012 with a total of 17 grade 1s and 1 grade 2. I am eternally grateful to you, the people of Anguilla, for it is because of you in 2014, through the Island Scholarship, that I was able to go to the University of Bristol and pursue my Master's of Engineering in Computer Science. Shortly after my return to Anguilla in 2018, in fact just a few months later, this month in fact makes 6 years since I became or had the distinct privilege of being named Anguilla's youngest parliamentarian at the age of 23. In 2020, I would have contested the general elections with the Anguilla United Front as an island-wide candidate, and I'm eternally grateful to you, the people of Anguilla, for having the confidence in me to elect me to serve you. But though I was elected to serve and ended up in opposition, I would have campaigned on a set of promises, a vision that I think that Anguilla had the potential to attain. While I preached about the potential Anguilla had to diversify and strengthen its economy through exploring the technological sector, I knew that 5 years later I would be returning to you, the people of Anguilla, to ask for your vote and your support. So during those 5 years in opposition, I did not waste my time. I would have pursued several professional development courses. I would have completed the CPA's highest level of professional certifications. I would have traveled and participated and helped facilitate several post-election seminars where you train incoming parliamentarians as to how to facilitate their duties and best serve their people. And in fact, yesterday, I was supposed to have arrived as part of the team in Montserrat to facilitate their post-election seminar. But the general elections and you, the people of Anguilla, come first. Most recently, I would have spent the past 2 years working on my doctorate degree with the University of the West Indies in business administration. When I wrote my letter to the university and told them that I wanted to apply, I told them with my thesis, I want to accomplish 2 things. 1, outline a pathway to Anguilla becoming a billion-dollar economy, and 2, outline a plan for Anguilla to achieve its financial independence. For our financial independence is truly the first step that we must take if we want to achieve true independence. Everything that I have and everything that I put, I owe to you, the people of Anguilla. And now I am humbly asking for your vote and your support. So everything that you have invested in me, I can return to you tenfold. I want to use everything that I have gotten to serve you, and I will do so with the Anguilla United Front team once elected. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vanterpool. Ms. Abnella Griffith, you have 3 minutes to give your opening remarks.
Good evening, everyone. Mr. and Madam Moderator, I am grateful to the Anguilla National Youth Council for organizing this forum, to all the political candidates participating, and I'm also grateful to all of you in the audience and for those tuning in, especially our young people. Thank you. If I have heard correctly, the purpose this debate series is meant to serve is to provide candidates an opportunity to appeal to young voters and express their plans to achieve sustainable development in Anguilla. The United Nations member states in 2015 set 17 specific goals, commonly known as SDGs, to be achieved in 15 years. They then made a shared blueprint of how these goals are to be achieved. This blueprint includes history of the goals, a comprehensive plan of action to build a global partnership, and thirdly, annual reports on the implementation progress of the said goals. Anguilla has signed on to these comprehensive plans. It matters not if our political parties change, the island would still align with the SDGs. And right here, we have gathered in these debate exercises, spending thousands of dollars to discuss these shared international comprehensive plans. Yet, we refuse to spend time and money on constructing a shared Anguillian national plan. Shouldn't we have national comprehensive blueprints of our own vision, mission, motto, plan, and ASDGs, Anguilla Sustainable Development Goals? This would be forward-thinking. Having a national plan from which political platforms would campaign is not utopic. It's called outrunning mediocrity. In hindsight, Anguilla, at least by the early 1980s, this plan would have been ideal. But today, we must operate with foresight and see into our own national future and not rely merely on the UN's international foresight for our own generations to come. A collaborative and shared national plan that carries us past the year 2100 is foresight. Citizens of Anguilla, in order for us to achieve sustainable progress, our governments should not merely be saying, trust us, if we build it, we will maintain it. Governments should produce plans. Anguillian governments have to take the time to organize and properly plan a national plan, or else, as the old people say, hurry dog, gonna eat raw corn. A national vision, mission, motto, and plan is the rudder and tiller of organizations. And our Anguillan government institution is in need of such. Young people, being on a fast-sailing boat with a big steering wheel looks and feels great. The wind in your face, the speed feels like progress is being made, until you look deeper and realize it has no rudder or tiller. That's when the reality should hit home, that speed and progress are not synonymous. They're not the same. Our grandparents said a ship not guided by the rudder, the rocks will pick it up. And I've learned that after 33.5 years of teaching. So I propose that Anguilla ensures its development is sustainable by establishing a national vision and mission to go with our motto. Then create a national plan and focus on Avenella for Anguilla's 5 tranquilities, but now I actually see that there are 5 ASDGs: tranquil taxes, tranquil teaching, tranquil tourism, tranquil transportation, and tranquil technology. This correlation between the UN's written and shared SDGs and Vanterpool for Anguilla's ASDGs, which are written and shared as well, should be a sign to all tonight that I have the key for our island's sustainability.
Sorry, your time is up.
Thank you to all candidates for giving their opening remarks. We'll now go into the questioning phase of this debate. First question.
What specific mechanisms would you support to ensure that government ministers remain accountable to the people for their actions and decisions? SDGs 11, 16, and 17. I will repeat the question again. What specific mechanisms would you support to ensure that government ministers remain accountable to the people for their actions and decisions? Each candidate will be given 1 minute to prepare and 3 minutes to respond to the question. Mr. Gumbs, we'll start with you.
Okay, thank you. First of all, government think that they are above the law. And most governments believe that. I don't believe in that. I think that government ministers should be held accountable. Just about every government or party comes, they bring a manifesto out and they say this is what they're gonna do, then they go in office and they change, which is okay, but the things that are affected the people. And you can't just do things that will affect the people and go scot-free. I think that government, there should be laws in place to hold ministers accountable for their actions, because they're not above the law and they just can't do what they wish, how they wish, and anytime they wish. And I think that's one way we can implement laws to keep the ministers accountable. There's one thing that happens in House of Assembly where the ministers are covered. They can go in there and call another minister corrupt, and they can't be sued. If they do it on the street, then they'll sue it. They get a lawsuit and they have to pay or make an apology. All of this needs to come out of the parliament, and we need to respect each other and respect the people on the whole. We need to live by a word, stand by a word. But I think the main thing to keep our ministers intact would be having laws that would really keep them in order, because if not, they will just do what they want, how they want, when they want, and no one can stop them. So I think we need to enact laws for our ministers. This can be done through the AG's chambers, and ministers should understand as well that they can put things together to hold everyone accountable, because at the end of the day, you're elected to represent the people, and you should be held accountable for your actions. So my vision, I would try to see that that is in place, so we can have ministers more respectable to our community, to our people, and be held responsible for all the actions, whether they be good or bad. So I think the law should be put in place to hold ministers accountable. When we get elected, you go to the governor's office, she asks for the manifesto. So basically that's our guideline. But then on the other end, how can we just do what we want? So I think the law is the best thing to put in place to hold every minister accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gumbs. Mr. Vanterpool.
Thank you, moderator. Thanks for the question. There exists currently a ministerial code of conduct which all members of the ESCO must sign and agree to follow. The issue with these codes of conduct is that they often lack teeth or follow through in terms of the implementation of the penalties, often of which usually aren't that consequential or not enough to, they don't extend far enough to remedy the actions that the person would have broken. It was only recently, in the last few years, that the Parliamentary Reform Committee, which then became the House Administration Committee, of which I served on both, worked with the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association to enact a parliamentary code of conduct. Now, one of the limitations that we have, even though it's outlined on paper, is the lack of funding for such. So take, for example, if a parliamentarian violates the parliamentary code of conduct, a commissioner of inquiry is supposed to be petitioned. But we have not been able, as a parliament, to identify the funding to be able to afford a commissioner of inquiry. So even though persons may violate it and you can bring it up, there is no means by which you can actually carry out those penalties. So funding parliament and giving it financial independence so it can function as an institution is something that must be done. And we know that the CPA has said that Parliament at the moment is wholly insufficient in its ability to carry out its functions and serve its people, and that's one of the aspects how. We also have to promote greater transparency, and this could be giving greater explanation as to the decisions or the reasons behind the decisions made in Executive Council, as well as making public the decisions or the reasons, the contracts, the MOUs that government ministers engage in, whether it's with private investors or anyone looking to invest in Anguilla, so that Anguillians understand what it is they have at stake and what it is they stand to lose. And finally, the greatest thing that Anguillians have to hold government ministers to account is the electoral process. That is why every 5 years, you are given the right to choose who you want to vote for. Because no matter what any government does, when their time is up, it is you who has the power to direct, who is able to lead and to reign and govern Anguilla. So if persons are found to be abusing their privileges as elected members, it is you, the people of Anguilla, who have the right to choose who to move forward. And with the electoral process, I must say no. While some persons may feel that not every Anguillian, or being Anguillian does not give you the right to vote, one of the hallmarks of protecting our electoral process will be enshrining the right of every Anguillian to have a say, because every Anguillian has a stake in this island, and it is through that electoral process that ultimately every Anguillian will keep ministers as well as opposition members, all leaders, to account. And that is something that the Anguilla United Front stands by and supports. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vanterpool. Mrs. Griffith.
Thank you. This is a very good question which aligns with Avanella for Anguilla. So I will start with my experience at the ALHCS, where I spent over 25 years. I initiated several successful projects at the school in all those years. And each project was pegged to, each of the principals would ask one question when I would propose it. How does this align with our vision? How does this align with our mission? How does this align with our motto? And once it met that requirement, all the principals, especially when I worked with Mrs. Rita Carty, that was always her question. She would always pull out her vision mission and say, does it align? And once we cleared that, it was good to go. Our government ministers have no vision and mission to check off with. When we are entering, when we're making decisions, when we are at the boardroom table, there is no vision and mission for us as a country, for governments to say, does this meet our vision? Does this align with our mission? And then from that, an overall plan, or school plan, or action plan, is what we would run our departments in our school on. We have none as a country. So really, government ministers are just free to, as we would say, wake up on one side of the bed tomorrow and just feel like doing this, and they do that. And so in order to hold our governments accountable, a national vision, mission, and plan would come in very, very effectively. Elected members of the House, secondly, who are not in the government. These members for years have just been doing what they want to do in terms of giving how much they want to give. They don't have an office, they don't have funding, they have very little to do, very little that they can do. I would like to see this encouraged, improved. And then lastly, vote. We need to encourage people, educate citizens on the importance of voting. And those are the 3 areas that I would recommend for such.
Thank you. Ms. Hodge?
Thank you for the question. I know my colleague spoke about the existed code of conduct that the minister signed on to. I do agree with him that it should be extended to all members of parliament. It is one not only signed on to, but that it's also enforceable. However, I also believe that to be accountable, the general populace needs to know what is going on in Anguilla. And I do commend the Anguilla Progressive Movement for ensuring that we have had consistent and reliable press conferences, that policies and laws are published, updated, EXCO minutes are published and updated on gov.ai. It's there and available for all citizens to peruse. I would, however, also like to see that laws and legislation is also made available free of cost to all citizens. Additionally, through constitutional reform, I would like to see a provision for recall, because while elections allow persons to vote and have that vote be their say, should there be an egregious abuse of power, I think the people of Anguilla should have the opportunity to say, this person no longer represents me and my values and where I want to go. And so through constitutional reform, that will cover a whole lot more than just that provision. With discussion with our people and all of our people, I do believe that that is another mechanism that we can employ to keep ministers, and I know the question says ministers, but not just ministers, all elected officials accountable to the people for their actions and their decisions. Thank you.
Okay, so each candidate will be given 2 minutes to answer each question. Oh, gosh. Sorry. We have rebuttals, 2 minutes for rebuttals.
We'll have 2 minutes for rebuttals. If you want to add any information, we'll start with Mr. Gumbs.
Oh, okay. Now I'm hearing you. Okay. My colleague, not from the same team, but we are all in the same thing, he mentioned about code of conduct. Codes are good, policies are good, but when things become law, I think ministers become more responsible, because now penalties can come up and charges can be pressed, because lots of times we put policies in place and because it's just a policy, just a piece of paper, but it has no weight. So if we make it a law that ministers are held responsible for their actions, then I think they'll walk the straight line. Because just allowing it to go anyhow. It's like at home. If you want to correct your child, if your child know he gets out of order, and they're going to give him the strap or the paddle, he walks a straight line, because that's the rule in your house, and that's the law of your house. So I think the same thing should be done in government. Let's make it a law, and not just a policy, a code of conduct, a rule. Just make it a law. That's my personal view.
Thank you. Mr. Vanterpool?
Thank you. I would just like to add a little bit of additional information. My colleague, Mr. Gumbs, would have mentioned the need for respect and to hold our leaders to account, something that I completely agree with, the Anguilla United Front, and I think we all can agree with. But he would have mentioned parliamentary privilege in the sense that when politicians say certain things in the House of Assembly that they have immunity. And while I understand that persons may see it abused and not like it, there is a reason it is there. The whole reason you have parliamentary privilege is so that you can go and represent your people to your fullest without threat of being sued, etc. The same reason why you're not supposed to read in the House of Assembly is to make sure that the thoughts that are coming from you are your own genuine thoughts, and that someone didn't just hand you a piece of paper with some special interest before going in, and that you're reading stuff that's not genuinely your own. Now, I do understand that these have been abused, and again, this goes back to the electoral process. Elected members should be held to a higher standard, but that means that we should elect people who we expect to act at that higher standard. And when persons abuse that standard, you, the people of Anguilla, should correct that by exercising your right to vote. I thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Griffith?
I would like to add that from a national plan, which would be the foundation for our country and us going forward, Avenella for Anguilla proposes that a vision would be to be a tranquil, God-fearing island, independent island. And from a national plan founded on that vision, all political parties would then base their campaign, and it will flow from that national plan. Each party or each political platform's campaign would be pegged to that national plan. And so therefore, voters will then have a leverage to vote from. Because when political parties and ministers agree and preach a campaign or push out their campaign, they then have to answer to that in the next 5 years.
Thank you. Ms. Hodge?
Thank you very much. I'd like to address something that Ms. Griffith spoke about, because I do believe in a national development plan. It is something that the Anguilla Progressive Movement is now in a position to move towards, because we have the financial wherewithal to do so. And so in the next term, we will be looking at the development of a national development plan. However, in the absence of a national development plan, the Anguilla Progressive Movement has a mission and a vision, and clearly outlines its mission to the people of Anguilla, a mission and a vision that the people of Anguilla signed on to when in 2020 they elected this Anguilla Progressive Movement. It's a mission that states that Anguilla shall be judged the same way that any great nation should be judged. And that is by how we treat the most vulnerable in our society, the very young and the very old. So yes, I do agree that a national development plan is needed where the people of Anguilla get to decide that mission and that vision, and that no one person decides it. But in the absence of which, the people have signed on to the mission of the Anguilla Progressive Movement. Thank you.
Thank you to all candidates. We'll now move on to question number 2. How do you plan to improve education and skill development in Anguilla, ensuring that all citizens have the opportunity to contribute to the country's sustainable development? SDGs 4, 8, 9, and 10. I'll repeat. How do you plan to improve education and skill development in Anguilla, ensuring that all citizens have the opportunity to contribute to the country's sustainable development? We start with Mr. Vanterpool. You'll have a minute to prepare.
Oh, can we just start?
Yeah, sure.
There are a number of ways that we can focus on improving education and skill development in Anguilla. The first, of course, the most obvious, is by direct investment into our educational infrastructure, but as well as into our education system, whether that's investing in our teachers to make sure that they're better trained and equipped, whether that's making sure that they have the necessary resources that they need to be able to deliver the standard of education that we're looking for, whether it's making sure that every school has the facilities conducive to a proper learning environment. But we also have to look at opportunities to diversify the skill offerings. Not everyone is going to be an academic. So there are opportunities to invest more in TVET, for example. We can also look, when we speak to digital transformation and the ability that, or the leverage that AI has and truly making Anguilla a digital economy, we have to look at digital skills development. And a key part of the question is without leaving anyone behind. I think one of the key aspects that we can use is by taking better utilization of our community centers, making sure that they have the proper computers, the infrastructure needed, making sure that they have the funding and that they're serviced so that they can offer digital skills, financial literacy skills, skills that are needed that are not currently offered both to the young and the old alike, so that to ensure that as we progress and as we advance, that no demographic is left behind. We also have to look at creative ways in which we can encourage new methods of skill building. Look at our marine sector, for example. We can look at ways of investing in boat building, reviving our heritage and creating industries that once made our nation thrive and survive. But we can also look the same way that we're bringing in medical schools and we can try and find ways for Anguillians to have placements. Why don't we have a marine biology school where we can do the same? The UK boasts that 98% of its biodiversity is located in the overseas territories, and they're talking about our 200 nautical miles. What are they doing to help us study those waters so that we can make data-driven decisions? And if they were to come here and study it, we would have to ensure that Anguillians are placed at the forefront and they're given opportunities to develop and build skills within that sector. What that ensures is that Anguillians are then able to participate at the highest level, but then we can then export their skills throughout the region and make Anguilla an exporter of knowledge, an exporter of persons who are pioneers that can help develop our nation, rather than simply, I guess, try and find ways to dilly-dally around the current offerings that we have. There are plenty of opportunities to improve education and skills development, and the team, Anguilla United Front team, is dedicated to exploring them all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vanterpool. Same question to you, Ms. Griffith. How do you plan to improve education and skill development in Anguilla, ensuring that all citizens have the opportunity to contribute to the country's sustainable development? SDGs 4, 8, 9, and 10.
Yes. One of the, not one, but the highest mechanism by which education is rated is the fulfillment, the provision of happy, fulfilled teachers. One of my first mechanisms would be to ensure that there is a teacher enrichment movement. In Anguilla right now, our teachers are very unfulfilled. I believe that some of the mechanisms we have, policies we have on paper, something like sabbaticals, where they are not activated, where we are lacking even in Anguillians being interested in the teaching profession, where there are lots of different facilities that are lacking, facilities management is lacking, and even now we're located at Campus Q, where too numerous to mention facilities are not here. For the last couple of years, our students here in this campus have lacked a sporting facility to run, to do heats. We have lacked a technical block. We have lacked an auditorium. I grew up in the VSS. I taught at the ALHCS, and one of the things we always would look forward to was when we could have an auditorium at Campus A. That never happened. There was one at Campus B, and that just is not working now. It's not proper now. And here we come to a new school and we do not have that. The priority that education is given currently is low. And so therefore, I do believe that in every area, even infusing Anguillianness in our curriculum, Mr. Josie mentioned one of the things I had to mention, boat racing. And I've said this before, none of us should leave the high school not knowing what a hardly is. Nobody should leave the primary school not knowing how to label all the parts of one of our racing boats. And so therefore I believe that the boat racing skills that we so proudly display can be infused in our teaching curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Griffith. Same question for you, Ms. Hodge. How do you plan to improve education and skill development in Anguilla, ensuring that all citizens have the opportunity to contribute to the country's sustainable development? SDGs 4, 8, 9, and 10.
Thank you. Education in Anguilla has not been where it needed to be for quite some time. Not just the infrastructure, but the entire education plant. Through the Anguilla Progressive Movement, we have seen the establishment of a national education task force spearheaded by my fellow colleague, Mr. Lennox Vanterpool. And through this, we have looked at a comprehensive review of our education system, looking at things like ensuring that our teachers, this teaching standard is where it should be, ensuring that the physical state of our classrooms encourages learning, and through the economic input into education, this APM administration has done. They have invested over $17 million into the technical and vocation building at this Campus Q campus. And this is something that is very near and dear to me. I have a daughter. She is enrolled in technical and vocation subjects. And every time she has class, along with all of her classmates, they are bused from Campus Q all the way to Campus A, thereby losing at least 10 to 15 minutes of instructional time every day. If we're saying that we want an education system and we want to expand into technical and vocation, we have to put our money where our mouth is, and the APM has done just that. And so they will be investing in, and they have already budgeted for, the completion of this Campus Q to include the technical and vocation sector. Beyond that, we also will be looking at specialized teachers who can better cater to the needs of our children, regardless of their educational needs. So those students who maybe, we tend to call them special needs, but those who have alternative needs, those who fit not neatly and squarely within a box, but who are gifted in one way, shape, form, or the other. And so I look forward to continuing that work with Minister Deanne Kentish-Rogers as we build out an education system and plant that is fit for purpose for all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hodge. Mr. Gumbs, I'll read the question again. How do you plan to improve education and skill development in Anguilla, ensuring that all citizens have the opportunity to contribute to the country's sustainable development? SDGs 4, 8, 9, and 10.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. First of all, if you have a problem with your car, you would go to a mechanic. And if there's a problem with the education system in Anguilla, I think we should first meet with the teachers. Let's see what's the problems, the present problems, and problems that they see in the future. And I think that would be a good start for us, meeting with the teachers and seeing how we can assist them in making Anguilla a better place in terms of education. The comprehensive system has messed up Anguilla. For me to get into high school, I had to do my exam. I had to pass 5 subjects. And I got into high school and that system. Then they changed over to the system where you come by age. And some of the children, everybody will not be academically inclined, because I know some who went to high school and are good mechanics. One of my friends, he didn't make it to high school when I did, but we ended up in the same construction field. And all he wanted was a saw and a tip. And he's one of the greatest carpenters in Anguilla today. He did all my carpentry work, and he continues to do my carpentry work. So we all will not have the same skills. We don't all be teachers. Some will go to school and be pilots in different areas. But we need to look at the system. I would not say that we should not allow them to come to high school because of the age, but we need to separate them and find out what they want to do. Because a couple of years ago, when Mr. Fleming was in office, and we had a big discussion, and I was saying, Mr. Fleming, why don't you just find out from the hotel owners what they need? If you need a chef, they can afford it. Send the chef off to train, and then they come back, and then they work in the hotels. So I think we need to look at having a trade school in our schools. It can actually start from the primary schools. We did woodwork in primary school, and then we came on to high school. There's no more woodwork. So we're dropping the ball somewhere. The government has pumped a lot of money into the Carnival Village. How much has they pumped into education? There are lots of teachers that are retired and that are willing to help in educating our people. We have a lot of people who, maybe my age and a little over, still can't read and write, and they would like to learn, but who's there to help them? I think we can reach out to those teachers who are retired and ask them if they can assist, and the government needs to pump a lot more money into education. I meet children every day and I said, how was school today? They say, good. I said, make your mommy or your daddy proud. Study, because it's important for you in the future. And I used to make a little fun of it. One time I said, soon you'll have to have subjects to work on a garbage truck. But be that as it may, education is important for the children of this country, and we need to support them fully financially.
Thank you, Mr. Gumbs. We'll now have the rebuttal section. Each candidate will be given 2 minutes to rebut their opponent's stance or share any further information. We'll start with Mr. Jose Vanterpool.
Thank you, moderator. I want to address something my colleague, Ms. Gleneva Hodge, would have stated when she said that this administration would have invested $7 million into TVET. 17 million into TVET. And the question that I have coming out of that is, what do we have to show for that? And I don't mean that as just an empty criticism, but we often throw out numbers without meaning. Take, for example, I often hear touted that this administration has offered 200 digital scholarships to our young people. Now, I am open and in support of every opportunity for any education and advancement that persons have, but I do find this to be a bit misleading. The reason being that these short courses that were offered by the OECS are just that, they are short courses. 85% of that list of courses offered in those 200 scholarships, I have completed or is usually wrapped up in one undergraduate computer science degree. So each of those skills on their own, while useful, unless you put the student in an environment where they are fully trained, well-rounded, they won't be able to create the synergies needed to truly be able to thrive with those skills. So I would have to ask, how many students have actually accessed those 200 digital scholarships? And while this government says that over the past 4.5 years, they would have invested $3.4 million in scholarships for needs assessment, sustainable development also seeks or requires that we look to the future. While we are addressing the skills gap that we have now, if we're trying to build the Anguilla of the future, if we're trying to talk about becoming the tech capital of the region, are we looking the vision to the future to see what skills will be needed and filling those? So that when we talk about in 4 years, when we're trying to get our .ai domain, that we have Anguillians who are already trained and were already put in position with the necessary skills and requisite qualifications to be able to manage it. Until now, I have not seen those necessary steps been taken, and that's one of the things I would like to see addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vanterpool. Ms. Griffith?
Yes. My first point about this question is that education needs to be given higher priority. And that came out excellently when the LBC, the new LBCC, was built. This administration chose to build an LBCC when, again, there was no sporting facility here at Campus Q. There is still no auditorium here at Campus Q. Several other buildings are missing. The LBCC was prioritized higher than education here at the school. $17 million is planned to be put into TVET. Over 400, nearly half a billion dollars is going into an airport. We have to ask ourselves, our children can't do heats. There are so many things lacking here at the ALHCS, including consistent good Wi-Fi. And the question is, when we have to put our priorities in place, this APM government has shown that education does not come very high at all. And so that is one of my concerns, and I definitely believe that education in Anguilla needs to be given higher priority.
Thank you, Ms. Griffith. Ms. Hodge?
Okay. I have a few points that I want to address. I think the first one is to Ms. Griffith, where she said that the APM government chose to invest in the Lancer World Cultural Center. As everyone should be aware by now, that was a gift from an investor. The investor chose where they wanted to invest, and so that was not a choice by this government. This APM administration has also proven that they are capable of prioritizing more than one thing at a time. The Albina Lake Arch Comprehensive School, Campus Q, was left as a white elephant by the Anguilla United Front. Not fit for purpose, not fit to be used. Our children were left on a split shift system that was not functional. It was there are a number of students who we have not yet seen the effects of that split shift system. They went their entire high school life on a split shift system, receiving half of their educational time allotment. There is also the issue of the National Education Task Force. I'm not sure if Mr. Gumbs is aware of what that task force does, but it brought together all stakeholders, teachers, parents, the private sector, and looked at the labor market and where we want to go. And through that task force, there are numerous recommendations in where we will take Anguilla and our education system into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hodge. Mr. Gumbs?
Thank you very much, sir. My colleague said there was a meeting and they have plans and going ahead and for numerous areas with the education system, but I'm a man of action. I like my leader, Mr. Curtis Richardson. They call him the demolition minister. If he had not destroyed the schools, we would not have the schools that we have today. So he did what he had to do. He was also a teacher in high school, a very good maths teacher, so he knows a lot as it relates to education. I went to UK when I was in the government and I spoke to Ms. Blondell Clough, and she said she don't know what's happening in Anguilla because any investor comes to UK, they must invest in a school or football field or some community village or something like that. We have enough hotels in Anguilla to adopt each primary school and help with the education system, whether it be computers or whatever they may need. So, and my colleague said it was a choice for the Carnival Village. Which one is more important to us, have the Carnival Village or education? We should not allow investors to give us a choice. We should be firm as ministers of government and tell them, look, we want an investment here. That's it. You allow them to do that, then they're going to be the leaders of this country and they're going to go their way. They need to go our way. Education is important. The village could always come. But let's put education first. And we've seen Now, I don't go to carnival, so I'm not really against the people in the village. That's their thing. I go to church, but let's deal with education. Let's deal with education. That's important. Thank you.
Thank you to all candidates. We'll now move on to question 3.
Okay. What policy interventions can be to introduce in response to the escalating cost of living, ensuring both immediate relief and long-term economic stability for Anguilla's residents? SDGs 1, 3, 6, and 8. I'll repeat the question. What policy interventions can be introduced in response to the escalating cost of living, ensuring both immediate relief and long-term economic stability for Anguilla's residents? SDGs 1, 3, 6, and 8. Ms. Griffith? You have 1 minute to prepare.
Immediately, relief can be gained in our cost of living by having our taxes lowered. There was some relief felt when the GST was modified. GST is un-Anguillian. GST is untranquil. Persons have complained and complained and complained. Even before GST was implemented, the complaint from the public was no, don't do it. There was a rally against GST. This administration did not listen. The people who voted in the administration begged for no GST, but yet it was forced on them. So more immediate relief can be felt by the relief and by the elimination of GST. Tranquil taxes on a whole, where our taxes are either low or zero, are needed. In terms of long run, we need energy transition, energy diversification. We need to get our energy from being so high, our costs, to coming down lower. Long-term transition. I propose a 7-year plus 7-year wisdom plan with 20 to 50% of our .ai domain revenue. Take 7 years, save those funds, plan, build, pay down our debts as a nation. Then in the next 7 years, we roll out that transformation process of our plans. This plan would not only secure us in the next generation, but in generations to come. It is a plan that has been proven sure. If we look at how Steve Jobs ran Apple, it gives us a good background as to what can be done when we save, when we plan, and then when we build. And so 7 years of planning, 7 years of saving, 7 years of being debt-free, and then 7 years of building and executing those plans would make tremendous, it would be tremendous relief for all our citizens who would then be in a position to have low or zero taxes.
Thank you. Ms. Hodge, I'll repeat the question. What policy interventions can be introduced in response to the escalating cost of living, ensuring both immediate relief and long-term economic stability for Anguilla's residents? SDGs 1, 3, 6, and 8.
Thank you. In the previous response, Mr. Gumbs spoke about liking people who provide action and not just talk. This APM administration has implemented a consumer affairs department. That is not talk, that is action. A consumer affairs department and unit that is aimed at looking at how to protect the consumers in Anguilla. And as Ms. Griffith mentioned, the relief given to persons through the removal of GST, not just from food items, but also from gasoline, for our fisher folks, thus lowering the cost of fish. Those are all mechanisms that have already been put in place. However, there are numerous external factors that affect our cost of living. Anguilla is a nation that imports up to 95% of what we consume. And so to tackle this, it will take a multi-pronged approach. One, investing even further than what has already been invested in our food security by this APM administration, and I know Minister Quincy Gumbs Marie looks forward to doing so. Beyond that, the plan of this administration is to cap one of the highest costs that we see, our shipping costs, a cost that we have no control over. It's to cap duties and GST on shipping costs. So even when they escalate, you're not feeling the brunt of that. There's also the issue of renewable energy and ensuring that that is implemented and that we can lower, because energy costs really are some of the highest costs that we also face. Again, not talk, but action, with the introduction of a renewable energy department aimed at looking at policy that's across the board for Anguilla. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hodge. Mr. Gumbs, I'll read the question again. What policy interventions can be introduced in response to the escalating cost of living, ensuring both immediate relief and long-term economic stability for Anguilla's residents? SDGs 1, 3, 6, and 8.
Thank you. First of all, me and my colleagues from the Anguilla Reliable team, we have discussed the area of CIF, carriage insurance freight. Shipping has escalated over the past few years. You'd get a container from China for $7,000, now it's $14,000. And the present administration never saw it fit to even, let's say, let's work with the previous figure so we can have a break for our people. But I guess they enjoy the increase because they make more money from the duties. I'm going to give you an illustration here. Let me try to hustle so I don't run out of time. A product came from the USA. It cost $28.52. The shipping was $49.50. That's US. Came to $78.02 US. Total of $209.09 EC. The GST on that product was $30.86. The duties was $24.74. The customs surcharge was $2.11. The parcel post was $5. It's now $271.80. As a business person, the product is now $271.80. You have to put back in the government charges, else you lose. So that's $62.71. Now you reach a total of $334.51 EC. And if you want to make a 50% markup on that, that'd be $167.25. So the product now would be sold for $501.76. That's the final price, and government still wants $65.22 out of that, which gives you a total of $566.98, a product that costs $28.52 under this administration. So as it relates to that, we have decided that we will remove carriage in CIF from the freight and have a reduction. We remove the fuel costs from the suppliers for Anglic, so the people can have a better life, they pay less for fuel, and we'll also work on the renewable energy. When I was in office, we had a gentleman, he was going to use the garbage for energy. And he did studies. Every day he go to the thing, and he did a study. And everything was in place, but people started complaining, the fumes, is this going to happen? But it's done all over the world. We would have the tires would have been gotten rid of, the old tires, we'll have probably a new dump site, but that's how it is in real estate politics. Once it's good for you or the country, everybody complains, and then when the government changes, nobody seeks to continue where we left off. But our view as an Anguilla Reliable team, under my leadership, with my leader, is to make it better for the people of Anguilla, reduce costs.
Thank you, Mr. Gumbs. Mr. Vanterpool.
Thank you, moderator. Well, the Anguilla United Front has already invested time in assembling a committee to look into this very matter. And we would have come to the public with the AUF GST relief proposal with plans to answer this very question. The relief plan suggested the removal of GST in 4 sectors. Firstly, on food items. Secondly, at restaurants. 3, at the port of entry, and 4, retail to include hardware. Now, when we would have launched our plan to the public, it was with the intention that we were not going to wait until a general election. If these plans were good for the people of Anguilla, we would put it forth to government so that they can enact it immediately to bring about immediate relief to the people of Anguilla. We were told that the plan was not only disgusting, it was irresponsible, but that it could not work. But I find it interesting that my colleague is now highlighting the fact that this APM has actioned solutions to this question by removing GST from food 2 months before the general election. Removing GST from food not only makes it easier for persons to go to the store and have access to more items, but it allows them to be able to afford items of higher quality, which is better nutrition, which means that the government of Anguilla would save more money as it pertains to the primary health care. Secondly, at restaurants. While we would lose revenue at restaurants, this would encourage persons who are coming to our island to be able to spend more, as well as to be able to directly tip their servers, which is more money directly in their pockets, which allows them to circulate and spend throughout the economy. So while government may lose some revenue on one part, it will also not price us out of the market. It will make sure that our revenue is truly sustainable. 3, we would have spoken about removal at the port of entry, and whether persons think that that's feasible or not, clearly my colleagues would acknowledge that we do need some kind of reformation at the tax at the ports, but I'll speak further to that in my rebuttal, because I want to spend some time speaking about 4, retail on hardware. When we talk about sustainable development, we have to look at the implications of our decisions. Right now, if a young person goes to the bank to take out a $500,000 loan to build a house, and they go to buy the materials to build a house, 13% of that loan will be spent in GST. For example, 13% of that $500,000 that they're taking from the bank is $65,000 that they are taking a loan from to pay into government's coffers. Not only is that $65,000 that they would be able to spend in blocks, concrete, paint, furnitures and fittings are investing in other business ideas, but that is $65,000 that not only did they pay in taxes, but they have to pay interest on for the next 25 to 30 years. We're talking about reducing the island's tax burden, but what about the burden of our people? Is it right to tax our young people and make them bear the cost of not only paying such high taxes, but paying interest on it for decades to come? That is not sustainable. So if we were to remove GST from these building items, it would encourage them to build. It would spur economic development. Not only would we have more building, there would be need for more services, more electricity, more consumption, which in fact would increase GST. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vanterpool. We will now ask the audience, virtual and live audience, to send in their questions that they may want to ask the candidates. And those who are in here, you can send your questions to Neil at the back. We will now have our rebuttal statements. Each candidate will be given 2 minutes. We'll start with Ms. Griffith.
Thank you. Ms. Hodge noted that the Consumer Affairs Department and unit was there to help in this process of decreasing the cost of living or finding ways in order to alleviate the pressure from our people. But it wasn't the Consumer Affairs Department and unit that suggested and that caused the government to reduce or to bring down GST. It was a push by the AUF. It was the constant complaints of our citizens in Anguilla, which they were being made for months and even years. And so this relief, even though it was cried out for, it was not heard until a few months before this elections came into play. Food security, Ms. Hodge also talked about, and the APM talks about it a lot. After COVID, I really thought that food security would have been high on our list, like really high. In terms of when you compare how much money has been spent in food security versus how much money has been spent in an airport, I haven't heard that comparison. And I think that with 90% of what we import, 90% of what we use in Anguilla being imported, and I'm sure the figure is higher, I think it is about high time that we seriously put some more money into making our food security more excellent. Right now, it probably has plummeted since COVID. And given any other pandemic, where are we going to be? We can't eat the airport. We could have survived up until we plan and build for it in our future, given the .ai domain revenue coming in, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Griffith. Ms. Hodge?
I am so pleased that Ms. Griffin spoke about airport development, because in her previous statement, she said that GST is un-Anguillan. I think if you ask most people, they'll say taxes are un-Anguillan. But how will we raise revenue if not through taxes? And if we're not going to tax our people directly, then we ought to be taxing those who come and enjoy our shows. The airport development was not just done free willy-nilly. It was done because a case study showed that it will provide the greatest economic development to our people. And so the airport development essentially would lead to lower taxes for our people and for more monies to be distributed to all of the sectors, whether it's education, agriculture, all of the things that we need to thrive in today's world. Beyond that, I think it was Mr. Vanterpool, and forgive me if I had that wrong, but he spoke about interest and paying interest on loans as young persons and persons who want to build. The people of Anguilla, due to the insurmountable debt and deficits that this APM administration met in 2020, what Governor Christina Scott called the greatest burden to the next generation of Anguillians, this APM administration has moved us out of that to being on a path to financial independence by 2027. Previously, that date was 2040. I want the young people to understand that every dollar spent in debt is a dollar removed from policies and programs that could be invested in them. But thanks to the responsible and prudent management of our financial resources by this APM administration, we are on our way to financial independence. Beyond that, Mr. Vanterpool spoke about the AUF's plan for removing from GST from restaurants. I just want to say that we have seen the highest tourism numbers ever, and the hotel workers will agree, and restaurateurs will agree, that the service charge that they have received reflects this. And so our tourists are not running away simply because of GST on bills. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hodge. Mr. Gumbs?
Thank you. First of all, GST should have never been on food. And like my leader always say, you're charging people to eat. And that was wrong. That was the biggest mistake they made as it relates to GST. GST should have started 5% and gradually increased. There are lots of ways you could kill somebody. A frog. You put him in hot water, he'll jump out. You put him in cold water, turn on the stove, he'll stay and cook himself to death. GST started too high, number one, and we're not against paying taxes, but at the end of the day, we're saying, she said we, the government. But yes, we, us, it's our money. You're taking my money from my left pocket to pay my electricity bill. but gives it to me in my right pocket. It's our tax money that's doing these things. The problem is that we don't want to pay tax, but why it's so high? It's killing. Our ministers don't go to the supermarket, I don't believe, because I ain't come to a lot. A lady called me one day, and I talk about it because I asked her if I could speak about it. She said, I need some food to eat, I'm diabetic. I went took her to the shop. She was able to get a couple groceries. When I got home, the lady gave me a cooking gas bottle. Single parent, struggling, so I had to go and get gas for her. She's been affected by GST. GST is a bad tax. People say it's a good tax. I think it's a bad tax. And we're willing to pay tax, but we want an ease. We started our campaign a couple years ago, well, like a year ago before election, and we were on the radio hammering all the time, remove GST from food, remove GST from food. Then they finally did. Then when they said they're going to move it the coming year, 2025, I said, no, move it for Christmas so people can have a good Christmas. Then it's removed. But then maybe we should be running the government. We're making the people happy. At the end of it, I heard the Premier say we're working on price control. That's one of the hardest things to do. I would like to, unless there's some law in place that the merchant can make a certain percentage, they can be price control. If I bring my groceries from St. Martin, they sell in my supermarket, and you bring groceries from China, what's the cost? How's it going to have price control? I need to find out that. Premier, I would love for you to have price control. I want to see how it's done. Good night to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Gumbs. Mr. Vanterpool.
Thank you, Moderator. Thank you, Moderator. Ms. Hodge would have mentioned the fact that to say that GST is un-Anguillan is kind of like saying that Anguillians would say taxes is un-Anguillan. I agree with my colleague, Mr. Gumbs. Anguillians have no issues paying tax, but those taxes must be fair and balanced. And I actually agree with my colleague, Ms. Griffith, because GST is un-Anguillan if you look at the way that it was passed. The people of Anguilla protested to a government who promised them no GST. Thousands of Anguillan signatories who would have marched to the office of the Premier. Most and the majority of the elected representatives elected by the people of Anguilla in the House of Assembly would have opposed the goods and services tax, but yet it was still passed. So in that sense, the passage of GST is un-Anguillan. Now, as it relates to the removal or the capping of freight costs, I find it very interesting that we're having this discussion and it's being raised right now before the heels of a general election by several of my colleagues. Why not during COVID? Because my leader and myself were on radio and we advocated for this. We saw Premier Mia Mottley in Barbados when freight costs were escalating by 400%, cut it in half and cap it at a cost. Why didn't we cap it at 2019 levels? When we saw supply chain shortages, why didn't we cap the cost of goods coming in? But I just want to address the interest on loans. It was not interest on loans. My issue is interest on taxes. We should not be paying loans to pay taxes and be paying interest on it for decades. Because while government can boast that they can now service their debt way ahead of 2040, the young people of Anguilla will be paying this way beyond 2050. So we're not eliminating the debt burden. We're shifting it from government to our young people and to the people of Anguilla. And that's not fair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, question 4. If elected, what innovative strategies would you implement to generate more revenue for Anguilla that do not involve increased taxation? SDGs 8, 9, and 11. I repeat. If elected, what innovative strategies would you implement to generate more revenue for Anguilla that do not involve increased taxation? We start with Ms. Hodge, and you have 1 minute to prepare. Okay, Ms. Hodge, you can begin.
Thank you. Airport development. There is absolutely no coincidence that this was seen, as I said previously, as the greatest economic driver in Anguilla's future. Tourism is our mainstay. There is no denying that tourism is the main driver of our economy. Therefore, with the airport development, we will see a greater influx of tourists to our island, those who are no longer burdened by having to go to St. Martin and jump on a boat. Instead, we can see the reverse. Persons coming directly to Anguilla, increasing the need for our boats to take persons to St. Martin. And so we can now see the shift from St. Martin to Anguilla and moving from Anguilla to St. Martin. Our tourism product is one that we must cherish and one that we must look at how we can greater diversify the tourism product, that is. But there's also room for the diversification of sectors that are already in existence in Anguilla. And that is our financial services sector. I have spent the past 17 years in that sector. And there are numerous products that exist within that sector that we can fully capitalize on if we have persons who are knowledgeable about where that sector can go. And I look forward to doing so with the Anguilla Progressive Movement. There is also the prudent and responsible marketing, not the management, but the marketing of our .ai domain name and pairing that with our financial services sector. And so this APM administration looks forward to going further into what those plans look like when we roll out our charter for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hodge. Same question for you, Mr. Gumbs. If elected, what innovative strategies would you implement to generate more revenue for Anguilla that do not involve increased taxation? SCGs 8, 9, and 11.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. As the Anguilla Reliable team, we've had several discussions on what we can do to generate more revenue for our country instead of taxing our people to debt. We're looking at foreign direct investment. There are lots of people that would like to invest in Anguilla. And the only couple of months of the APM's administration, I sent some information to the Premier of someone who wanted to invest. Whether he contacted the gentleman or not, I don't know, because the gentleman never called me back and say anything. But there are people who want to invest in Anguilla. We heard of the Savannah Bay and all that was coming up. We're still waiting to see it. 5 years is just about up. We're not looking, as the Anguilla Rebuttal team, we're not looking at investor over there, he coming. We're looking at investor sitting at a table and discussing. And we can't just sit and have investors in hotels and that type of stuff. I figure we should get people who want to invest. We have a lot of young people involved in technology. They love technology. Why can't we get companies to come in Anguilla and install phones, put the pieces together? Those kind of businesses that we want to look into. You know, phones. A couple years ago, there was a gentleman, he made some of the prettiest bags I ever saw in Anguilla, homemade. And that's the kind of, he's probably old, no can't do that, but that's what we need as a country. We live on an island. Everything we get, we bring it in. We need to be able to produce and send stuff out. Fishing is another big industry. We had a lot of talk about the fish processing plant. Can't get off its foot yet. We have Lots of fish over there. The Falklands made, I forgot how many millions of dollars they make from selling fishing licenses. Not saying that we have to sell fishing licenses, but we have enough men that are willing. We need to support them, make sure they get the right equipment. They can go for a couple of days, come back and bring the fish to the processing plant, spend a couple of days with the family, and go again. And they're willing to do that. But these are the areas that we're looking in to develop this country instead of taxing our people to death. We have the way to do it. People don't have the money, but we need to support them. So if we can even get banks to give loans at low interest rates that will help the fishermen, that kind of investment we need. But who's speaking for the people? We spoke to some gentlemen yesterday, and they're so passionate about our vision and the fishing, and they've been struggling for years, but they said nobody's reaching out to them. So we said, give us your support, and we will make you proud. So we're full in gear with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gumbs. Mr. Vanterpool. If elected, what innovative strategies would you implement to generate more revenue for Anguilla that do not involve increased taxation? SDGs 8, 9, and 11.
Thank you, Moderator. The previous AUF administration would have put in place the Special Economic Zone Act legislation. That legislation sets the platform or the foundation for the development of thought-based industries in Anguilla. Thought-based industries being industries such as accounting, software engineering, those in crypto space, those where you don't need physical resources to be able to tap into markets, to attract new persons to come here, whether it's startups or established businesses, to set up shop in Anguilla, and thus we would gain revenues from there. Unfortunately, since the change in administration, nothing has been done to advance the Special Economic Zone. In fact, there was one amendment that came to the House of Assembly, and that was simply to change a small amendment in fee structure, nothing substantive. Under the previous administration, there was also the passage of the Auto Act, the Anguilla Utility Token Offering Act. Now, that was a first of its kind act, actually, that focused on how do we use cryptocurrencies to attract businesses here to Anguilla, again, creating new industries, and we see how effective cryptocurrencies are throughout the world today. Now, again, that is something that has not moved on. But there are a lot of other ways. Not only do we plan on picking up from where the last administration, AUF administration, left off and running with it, but we also look at diversifying in other ways. We can use our connection to the .ai domain to diversify our already existing tourism product. For example, going into conference tourism. Last year, the first AI conference was held in the Caribbean region, and it was held in Antigua at the UE5 Islands campus. And my question is, why was that conference not held here in Anguilla? If we truly want to be the AI capital of Anguilla, we need to own all things AI and be actively trying to attract those kind of conferences to come here. We already have the capacity in terms of the infrastructure, the hotels, the ability to have heads and beds. Those kind of conferences serve an opportunity not only to boost our economy when we're accustomed of being closed, but will have a spin-on effect because those people would need to stay places, rent cars, buy gas, eat food, etc. Now, there are also opportunities to diversify outside of our existing tourism product, again by leveraging our connection to AI. We've seen examples of Estonia, Singapore, countries that, given the European continent, are very small in size, or Asian continent as well, are small in size, but have effectively leveraged it to become world leaders. And I think that our small size is one of the advantages we have because there's much less startup cost and investment needed in order for us to attain what they do. And once we have developed that locally, we can then sell that expertise to neighboring islands, not only helping to develop the rest of the Caribbean region by helping get them up to speed with where we are, but by benefiting by them paying us to do so and for our expertise. We have the opportunity to make Anguilla the ideal platform and then sell that vision to the rest of the region to ensure that our Caribbean region grows together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vanterpool. Ms. Griffith, I repeat the question. If elected, what innovative strategies would you implement to generate more revenue for Anguilla that do not involve increased taxation? SDGs 8, 9, and 11.
Leveraging .ai is certainly a must. Doing so will position Anguilla as a Caribbean tech hub. We can look to our neighbor in the Caribbean, the Cayman Islands, and how they have leveraged their health city. I don't want to sound repetitive, But there's absolutely no reason why, given our .ai gifting, that we cannot be the Caribbean tech hub. There's currently none in the region. It's a niche that is there, that is open. And the first island that really jumps through this hoop and capitalizes on it will have that niche for a long time. With .ai, meaning Anguilla, but it transposes over to artificial intelligence, we have an opportunity that we must jump on and jump on soon. The proposed vision and proposed mission that I speak about is merely that proposed. I believe in having all of Anguilla, and I've said that, choose our national vision and mission. But I also believe in opening up to all of Anguillians, those especially our talented and gifted ones, to come together in a national competition to propose ways to leverage .ai and tourism to come out and to produce another, let's say, third industry that we can capitalize on. All of us here, you ask us questions, we do not have all the answers, but I believe in our whole country, there are people with the answers, and they have ideas that we have not thought about. And thirdly, drone descent. This is a specific idea that I have that will, one, position Anguilla as a Caribbean tech leader, two, showcase eco-friendly, tech-driven and tourism opportunities, and three, generate sustainable revenue for local economy. The studies I've done with this show that over $300,000 can come in from this drone conference alone. It certainly surpasses the revenue that would come in from jet skis. It certainly surpasses the revenue that is coming in from not anything we're currently doing with artificial intelligence or with technology on a whole. And so these would be some of the strategies that I would use.
Hi. Thank you, Ms. Griffith. We'll now move on to the rebuttal section of question 4. We'll begin with Ms. Hodge.
Thank you very much. It is interesting to hear my colleagues speak about expanding into the realm of tourism where we have conferences. Because through Minister Deanne Kentish-Rogers and the development of the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center, which we said is not a priority, through that, we are now attracting, in November of 2025, a world music conference aimed at doing just as Jose mentioned, getting heads in beds, getting more persons on our island, knowing our island, and diversifying into cultural tourism, because we now have the space and the infrastructure in place to do so. As it relates to .ai, and we speak about .ai becoming, Anguilla becoming the .ai capital of the world. My question is simply this: how do we get Anguilla to be the .ai capital of the world if we are not marketing it to the very same global demographic that we want to attract? And with this new contract with digital identity, that is exactly what we're doing. It's more, this contract is more than just the technical expertise, which over the next 5 years Anguilla will have, but it is the opportunity to market it globally that is most important. And it's not unique to .ai when we speak about marketing. Anguilla has an excellent tourism product. And throughout the entire world, Anguilla employs the marketing services of experts in those regions who are not Anguillians to bring people to Anguilla. And likewise, we are doing the same with .ai. Thank you.
Mr. Gumbs, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, Ms. Hodge said, I said the Carnival Village was not a priority. I don't recall saying that, but be it as it may, I like to put things, line up my ducks properly. The question was relating to innovative stuff that she would do to help the economy grow. I'm still waiting for that. She talked about that AI and everything else that's already in place. We're talking about new stuff. But that's it for the APM, so that's their thing. I'm not going to get involved in that politics side, but as it relates to me personally, I served in government for 5 years. And every time they brought a budget for the carnival, I supported it. So I don't want anybody to think that I'm against carnival. That's just not my style, okay? Everybody who will go to carnival, all I do is I pray that they have a good time and that they be safe. So I'm not against carnival, so I want everybody to know that. But Anguilla is a small country, and there are lots of things that we can do to help build this country as a people. I don't think anyone even thought about bringing a manufacturing company here to probably recycle tires or actually make manufactured tires. In Jamaica was a big company, Goodyear, some of the best tires out. They produce tires for years. But have you looked into those areas? I'm saying tires because that's my field. Have you looked into that as a government? As government ministers approached us or anything of that nature, there are lots of things we can do to get this country going. But we need people, as Mr. Aristo said, critical thinkers. That's what we need. We don't want people to just sit and say, we're going to do this, we're going to do it. We want action. I like my leader, Mr. Curtis. He loves people, and he's a man of action. When he says he's going to do something, you bet he's going to do it. So that's how it goes as it relates to doing, getting innovative strategies for Anguilla at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Gumbs. Mr. Vanterpool.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, moderator. I'd like to begin by addressing a few things my colleague Ms. Hodge would have stated. First of all, conference tourism is not something new to Anguilla. In fact, in the 1990s, the International Association for Cryptographic Research used to host its annual conference in Anguilla every single year. And in fact, it's thought that that might be where Bitcoin was born, but I digress. Second of all, the world already knows about .ai. Artificial intelligence is burning up around the world. They are seeing the .ai domains, it's all over. So while I do think we need to push it, it's not to say that we could not have done it locally. We spend millions of dollars advertising Anguilla through the Anguilla Tourist Board with international reps around the world. Did anyone think about how we could leverage these international resources that are already in place in order to market it through the existing government? Now, as I move on, my colleague, Mr. Gumbs, would have talked about the Falkland Islands, and just to help him, when he said he wasn't sure how much licenses were being sold, the Falkland Islands generates about 75% of their GDP from their marine resource, which shows that we do not need to reinvent the wheel. There is a British overseas territory that already has a framework in place, which shows that the UK government should not be an obstacle or an excuse in being able to tap into this resource. Secondly, there's the dive tourism. Now, I know that this government touts that they would have enacted a dive tourism policy, and I know because I was at the meeting where we presented that dive tourism policy to them. Not we being the AUF, but we, our local divers. So we support that, and we do think that there is an industry in place, and we're happy that they listened and thought to enact that policy. Now, we need to develop on it and make sure it's actually tangible and brings in the full resources or benefits that it has the potential of doing. There's also the potential to diversify within education. We already know about the medical schools. Earlier, I would have spoke to marine biology schools. The same way that the UK benefits when we go to study there, what about if they were to send students here to benefit? And persons would say, okay, how are we going to set up the school? Well, why not go about rotating professors on a 6-month basis, a collaboration between Anguilla and the United Kingdom government? There are several creative ways and avenues that we can explore to generate revenue for our country that does not include taxing our people. I thank you.
Ms. Griffith.
One of the things I think we can look into in Anguilla, as Mr. Gumbs talked about tires, is a car crushing machine. I do not believe there's any on island. None. If you look at how many cars we have on Anguilla, what are we going to do with them? A car crushing machine would be an awesome addition to this island. And that's going to save waste and everything else. I believe we can think that one through. Innovative strategies was what the question asked for. I don't think Ms. Hodge has given us any as yet. And the APM so far has not been innovative across this island. Conference is not innovation. We've been doing that for a while. And one activity in the LBCC since it was built, while we have 1,200 students that are wanting facilities every day, including a sports facility, I think we are lacking. Now, Ms. Hodge also talked about the .ai identity digital contract and how that's going to push us out to the world. She can speak about it, APM can speak about it, but we, the Anguillan people, can't. We do not know what the contract entails. A government that campaigned about transparency, 100% of it, has gone back on their word. We do not know what the .ai contract entails. And so therefore, the innovative strategies that I have shown, I believe that I have discussed, I believe that they will bring our country much revenue without increased taxation.
Thank you, Ms. Griffith. Due to time restraints, we will not be able to pose the audience question at this time, and we will move directly to the closing remarks.
Okay. Mr. Gumbs, we'll start with you.
Well, first of all, let me say it was good to be here. And it's a bit tight for me on time. I finished work at 5 and I had to hustle to get here for 6. This all happened because I should be really out doing house to house now. But the government called a quick one, and we have to come to this debate, and we're rushing a debate if you ask me. We're rushing it. This should be done properly, orderly, and we have time to deal with situations. As the National Youth Council, I would like you to, because it seems like government listens to the youth, just send a letter to them, asking them to make election day the 30th, 2030, have it a date set, so we don't have snap elections. Everybody's moving to that. UK is moving to it. America's date, the date is set. The only way you should have elections on the 25th and 26th next year, in 2030, is if the whole parliament dies, or if the government, if it's a Sunday or a holiday. I think we should write to them, publish it in the newspaper, because this puts a lot of pressure on everybody. I have to be hustling for my job to come here, and to this debate, and I could be relaxing a bit more, doing some house to house. We are in this position because of, one, with the GST, foreigner, and we need to run our own affairs. One foreigner, Dwight Hosford, he voted for the GST. Even though we had Diane jumped off, jumped back in, he voted for the GST. And now we have snap elections because of another Grenadian calling the shots. It's time we put things in order, that we don't have to be rushing things. Election on this date. I'm just asking you if you do that. I would appreciate that. If they don't reply, then that's it. But it's good to be here, and I support all the sustainable goals and developments. And thanks to my colleagues for the little direct interlock we had with each other. But I support no poverty, no hunger, good health, well-being, good quality, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry innovation and infrastructure, reducing inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice, and strong institutions, partnership for the goals. May God bless you all, and thanks to Anguilla National Youth Council for organizing this debate, even though it was a little pressuring on me, rushing at the last minute, but I appreciate what you're doing. Continue to do your hard work, and we hope someday that you'll be ministers in this country and taking this country forward and making us all proud. May God bless you, may God bless Anguilla.
Thank you, Mr. Gumbs. Mr. Vanterpool.
Thank you, moderator. I just want to begin by saying thank you to everyone who has tuned in or showed up to attend and support these debates. I would like to thank my colleagues for the healthy and respectful discourse. And I want to take this time to speak now to you, the people of Anguilla. I have been immensely humbled, and it has been a great privilege to serve you in the past term as your elected island-wide representative, and I now come before you humbly asking once again that you elect me as one of your island-wide representatives. I hope this debate has shown that we are a team who believe in staying ready so that we don't have to get ready. I ask you to vote on election day for all 5 Anguilla United Front candidates that you have the ability to, not just because it's about a party winning an election. I want you to take a hard look at our district candidates from District 1 to District number 7. I want you to take a hard look at our slate of island-wide candidates. I am asking you to vote for all 5 Anguilla United Front candidates when you go out to vote, because we are the team that is best prepared, best qualified, and committed to leading this country to its next level. Putting people first is not simply a campaign slogan. It is the concern that we revolve all of our policy decisions around. How will this benefit our people? How will this benefit the next generation? How will this benefit Anguilla in the long run? I ask that you not only support our team, but you support our leader. She is committed. She is strong. And come February 26th, she will be not only your next premier, but Anguilla's first female premier. So I thank you again for the debates and all the attention that you have given. And once again, I ask to, as your humble servant, that you support me and my entire team in the upcoming general elections. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vanterpool. Ms. Griffith.
Again, thank you for having me, and thank you, participants, for the discussion. I'm not sure if young voters are aware, but teachers have a significant amount of planning they have to do. I remember teaching primary school 33 years ago, and we had to prepare a scheme of work, and we had to prepare that detailing what we were going to teach for the coming week. Then we had to prepare lesson plans for each lesson of the day. Then at the end of the week, we had to prepare a report on what was or wasn't taught. I believe that you young voters today want your government institution to be more prepared and accountable than your teachers. In my appeal to you young voters tonight, I present the logic that without a vision, we are still, yes, indeed capable of moving forward fast, but certainly not forward wisely nor safely. Here's a statement that teachers often use and have found true 99% of the time. Prior proper planning prevents poor performance. I believe it holds true for governmental leaders in ensuring sustainable development as well. We have seen it over and over again, young people. A young black NBA or NFL player gets drafted from college and is awarded a $100 million contract. I got this, he thinks, and says, within a few years he's broke. He had eyes but no vision, dreams but no plan, brains but no wisdom, progress but no sustainability. A fool and his money are soon parted, old people say. Anguilla, let that not be said of us. With a good probability of $100 million coming in this year from that AI domain revenue, and that doubling in a few years and doubling again, God's willing and favor, within a decade, Anguilla, we could have $1 billion coming in a single year, and then doubling again. Now is the time for wisdom and foresight. Now is the time to keep calm, organize, and plan. Mr. Linwood Bell got exhausted telling government leaders that this $100 million day was coming, so he stopped. I don't want to get tired telling us to plan. I really pray that Anguillians, that we will listen from tonight. We need to do the business math and think critically instead of politically, because trust me, many greedy eyes with adversarial intentions have already done the math. They have calculated and strategized and even connived. They have their plans written out too. Now is the time to keep our properties. Now is the time to support Anguillians and Anguillianess. Now is the time to create a national plan for centuries. And now is the time to vote Avanella for Anguilla. She has the keys for cherishing, preserving, and advancing Anguillianess. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Griffith. Ms. Hodge.
Thank you. As I stated before, I was a previous youth council member and a national youth ambassador, and so I take this opportunity to thank you all for conducting these debates yet again. Debates that were planned well before the announcement of the election date, which was constitutionally due in less than 6 months, so it doesn't count as a snap election. So we can continue to talk about that, Mr. Gumbs. But as we approach the upcoming general election on February 26, I stand before you not just as a candidate, but as someone who believes deeply in the future we are destined to create. A future not built on fear or division, but on strength, courage, and generosity that we have always used to define us as Anguillians. It is a future where we rise together beyond our struggles and put our shared values of pride, respect, and self-sufficiency at the heart of all that we do. And don't take my word for it, but it is a vision that echoes what the Honorable Victor Banks so clearly articulated in the 2018 budget when he said, "It is a form of patriotism and pride to be responsible citizens, contributing to a culture of compliance and self-sufficiency." This vision is not a foreign concept. It is a path that we must take to claim our destiny and ultimately our freedom. Self-sufficiency is the cornerstone of progress, and it means that we have the power to invest in the things that matter most to us, the things we spoke about tonight, our education, our businesses, our future. Self-sufficiency is not just an economic goal, it is a moral and cultural imperative. And so I say tonight that we are asking the Anguillian public to answer the call to say yes to progress. Because I do believe, and agree with Ms. Griffith where she said, let's keep calm, but I will add, let's keep calm and sail on and say yes to progress and say yes to the Anguilla Progressive Movement. And on election day, I encourage each and every one of you to carry on with the progress that this APM administration has made and to vote for all 5 votes, all 5 of our representatives who have proven themselves to be capable and ready to begin, not on day 1, because the work has already begun. They are capable of moving Anguilla forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hodge.
All right, thank you to all candidates. That concludes the first of our debates for tonight. Just a reminder, we have snacks and drinks on sale at the back for those members of the audience who are interested. We'll have a 5-minute brief intermission period, and then the second debate will commence. Thank you.
For the second debate, we have Mr. Kyle Hodge of the Anguilla United Front. We have Mr. Curtis Richardson of the Anguilla Reliable Team. We have Mr. Lenny Hobson, the independent candidate. And we have Mr. Kenneth Hodge of the Anguilla Progressive Movement. Our moderators tonight are Mr. Kerani Vanterpool, the Premier of the Anguilla Youth Parliament, and Miss Melissa Harrigan of the National Youth Ambassador Corps. I now turn over proceedings to these young people.
So you want to jump straight into the Gumbs? Good night, everyone. I'll proceed with reading the ground rules. Firstly, each candidate will be given 3 minutes to give an open statement. Candidates will then be given 4 questions from the moderator related to sustainable development goals. Candidates will be given 1 minute to prepare a response. Each candidate will then be given a maximum of 3 minutes to respond to the question. In this section, the candidate is only to refer to the moderator in his or her response. After the candidate has been given the opportunity to respond, a maximum of 2 minutes will be given to each candidate to rebut the stance of the opponent or share further information on the question or topic, if so desired. Only in this rebuttal section are candidates allowed to respectfully refer to the opponents. After the initial 4 questions, questions will be fielded still? Okay, for now. Okay, so each candidate will be given 2 minutes to answer each of the questions. Okay, that one is out as well, because due to the time constraints, we won't be taking the questions from the audience. After the segment is completed, candidates will be given 3 minutes to give a closing statement. If questions are not clear, kindly ask the moderator to repeat the questions.
And of course, rules to the audience. To ensure a debate of quality, we ask the audience to respect all candidates. Please place all phones on silent. The audience is not allowed to applaud or make any noise of any kind to interrupt the response of any candidate. Any audience member that insists on doing such will be asked to leave. And once again, please be respectful. So we will now begin with the opening statements. You have 3 minutes to present, and we will start with Mr. Kyle Hodge.
Thank you, and good night to the audience. Good night to you, moderators, those listening via live stream. It's a pleasure to be here. 5 years ago, when I stood on this very stage, I saw young Anguillians shaping the national conversation. Today, you continue to lead, to question, and to demand accountability for your future. This is what real democracy looks like. And that is why this moment, this election, is so important. The choices that decide whether our young people can build their lives here or at home, or abroad. The choices that decide if water flows freely to our homes and workplaces, if our education opens doors, or if our environment sustains us. These are the sustainable development goals that we are here to address tonight. These choices, they test our character, they reveal our principles and true priorities. They show whether we truly serve the people, or merely serve ourselves. Even today, as a proud member of the Anguilla United Front, I speak my mind freely. When I challenge, I am heard. When I question, I am respected. That is what real leadership looks like. It's in those moments when we knock heads that we come to the best decisions. But under this APM government, they silence dissent. They ignore concerns. They dismiss the very people they were elected to serve. When I saw this pattern of disrespect, not just towards me, but towards the people of Anguilla, I knew I had to make a choice. I left the Anguilla Progressive Movement, but I never left you, the people. I never stopped fighting for you, for your families, and for a government that truly listens. So I ask you, what kind of leadership do you want? Do you want a government that taxes but don't listen? A government that builds roads but ignores the people's struggles? Or do you want leadership that respects, engages, and delivers? That is what AUF stands for. This is a defining election. When you step into that voting booth, it's just you, your conscience, and God. Vote for leadership with the courage to act. Vote for a team that will serve you. Vote for the Anguilla United Front. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. Mr. Curtis Richardson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Good evening to you and good evening all. I want to applaud the Anguilla National Youth Council for organizing these debates. A fundamental ingredient of any healthy and thriving society is the ability to have discourse along lines of commonality and differences. Choosing the platform for these discussions from the 17 Sustainable Developmental Goals signifies that our youths are embracing global, regional, and national issues as lifelong learners. I have a renewed sense of confidence and hope that we can face with a great degree of optimism the future that lies before us. The 17 Sustainable Developmental Goals embodies much of what I believe. My life work and the Anguilla Reliable Team's mantra for the 2025 general election campaign is lead with love. I have always engaged my will, time, energy, and resources to lead with love, and that has been manifested in my actions to feed the hungry, clothe the naked, care for the sick, and to make the world a better place for all. I can recall during my term in office that I worked diligently with the late James Richardson Dundun to achieve an unprecedented show of love in the aftermath of Hurricane Irma, to bring out of the Dominican Republic food, including perishable meats, to Anguillians, even when cold storage was a challenge. Lead with love is the reason why, in the aftermath of the hurricane, I fought for the demolition of all the rat and bat-infested schools and the demolition of cancer-asbestos schools. Lead with love ensures the creation of the new ferry terminal with ample parking at the nation's gateway, Blowing Point. Lead with love gives birth to new clinics and a better way of life for all within our beloved nation. My desire for us as a nation in achieving the 17 Sustainable Developmental Goals is not a dream. It is written in history with real decisive action and at the most trying times for us as a nation. You, the people of Anguilla, know that in times of crises, despite the evidence that was about us, I declared a blessing, and I found the opportunities to take the nation upward, onward, and forward. When the odds were really stacked against us, I chose to lead with love and brought about the realization of your special needs, your aspirations and interests. When you lead with love, these things can be addressed and realized. It is my prayer as we deliberate here tonight that we will be drawn closer to embracing the 17 goals. May Anguilla, our only sanctuary in this cruel world, remain proud, strong, and free. May God bless Anguilla. I thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. Mr. Hobson.
Thank you for inviting us tonight, Anguilla National Youth Council. It's indeed an honor and a privilege to be able to represent our country and to take our Christian teachings, which Brother Love was just mentioning, and our philosophy is based on Christian social democracy. So the principle is we do unto others as we have done unto us. And fighting for the National Health Fund, which is a law that the politicians over the years been playing with the people's lives. This is one of the reasons why we chose to get into politics and to fight for our fellow men. Today itself, my good cousin John James Harrigan, who came over from St. Martin, we know that many of the politicians been campaigning over there, he went to the dialysis unit and he was told that he had to pay, despite hearing on the radio that it's supposed to be free. This is why principles, policies, and plans must be published, and true democracy is not only a word or catchphrase, but actually must be practiced all of the time. As a citizen, he has the right to be able to get that health care because the plans were written and published. And if anybody wants to check, we have the documentation here. So in that Anguilla newspaper, over 24 different press releases were done, and we thank Mr. Nat Hodge for that, because with all of the talk and no plans and policies, you're going to go into government, campaign against an issue, and then do a 180-degree turn and give us what you said will never happen. So emphasizing things that you will not do and still do is the opposite of honesty, integrity, and talent. The lion is a hitman because we bring honesty, integrity, and talent every time, whether we are under the weather or whether we feel up to it or not. Because we do politics not for ourselves, not to gain a title, but to ensure that our fellow men, they're properly educated, they're properly housed, and they can live in Anguilla with dignity and respect. And the best way to get dignity and respect is to look out for people who look out for you. So another individual who said that she wanted her name to be called because she's going to come to see Mr. Ken Hodge, hopefully tomorrow, that is Mrs. Josephine Connor, an individual who worked at the education department, and none of her social security payments would have been made, and she's looking for her social security along with her pension. The politicians are very generous with themselves in that politician pension, and they make excuses about the National Health Fund. We're here to say that those excuses must end, and will end with the lion. I say.
Thank you, Mr. Hobson. Over to you, Mr. Hodge.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. A pleasant good evening to those of you present and those of you listening via radio and other forms of social media. I also say a good evening to my colleagues across the table. I too take this opportunity to thank the National Youth Council and its supporting agencies for this initiative in raising the profile of the political conversation by means of these debates. My name is Kenneth M. Hodge. For the past 4.5 years, I have had the distinct honor of serving this country as Minister of Home Affairs in the Anguilla Progressive Movement government. I am a former career senior public servant of some 39 years, including 13 years as a trained classroom teacher, 13 years as a trained media practitioner, including part of that time as Director of Radio Anguilla, and 13 years as a Principal Assistant Secretary in the Ministry of Home Affairs. I hold a master's degree in public sector management with distinction. It was Robin Sharma who coined the phrase, "Real leadership is about transforming limitations into possibilities," end of quote. And that is the kind of leader I always aspired to become as I served in the Anguilla Progressive Movement administration. Moving this country from where it was to where it is now was not an easy feat for our team. Certainly, there were severe limitations when we took office in 2020, a bankrupt economy and ballooning debt of $500 million, lingering effects of a devastating hurricane in 2017, and the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. This country was practically closed down. I am proud to have been part of the team that turned these limitations into possibilities through prudent and sound financial decision-making, visionary leadership, and strategic investments in labor, education, social services, sports, natural resources, economic development, health, and infrastructure, while at the same time realizing a steady decline in our debt portfolio. Mr. Moderator, as has been said on so many occasions during these debates, these Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, aim to transform our world and indeed our country, Anguilla. They are a call to action to end poverty and inequality, protect the planet, and ensure that all people enjoy health, justice, and prosperity. And so, Mr. Moderator, the pleasure is mine, therefore, to participate in this debate this evening in the hope to further enlighten the listening public, particularly our youth, about the forward movement of this country. And that is why we are calling on the people to say yes to progress and re-elect this Anguilla progressive movement back to office. Mr. Moderator, I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you to all candidates. We will now proceed to the first question. In your opinion, what are the three biggest challenges facing our island, and how will they be addressed under your administration? SDGs 1 through 17. In your opinion, what are the three biggest challenges facing our island, and how will they be addressed under your administration? Mr. Hodge, you have...
The question will be, we will begin with Mr. Richardson. You have 1 minute to prepare if you wish.
Thank you very much. The three biggest challenges as I see it in Anguilla today, number one would be crime, number two would be economic growth, and number three would be youth empowerment. The way that we in the art intend to tackle crime is that we believe, first of all, we have to do an education among ourselves as a society as to how we will live among ourselves and how we will resolve conflicts. Conflict resolution is a skill that has to be taught. It is not something that you learn, because the way that people treat with one another when they run into conflicts, the normal tendency is that if you are aggressive to me, then I will be aggressive to you. And one of the things that I have learned growing up in church is that the principles of the Bible has been very helpful to me, because you have to love your neighbor as you love yourself, and you have to seek peace and pursue it. So we really need in Anguilla to have an education in a holistic fashion. I really hate to hear adults talking about as if it is a child's problem. When I was a young boy growing up, we had the neighbors, and you would see people lifting up their clothes. That was the grandmother. And then 20 years, 15 years later, you would see the uncle with a stick fighting the uncle. And so these things that were just expressions went on to becoming physical. And nowadays, you all know that what the young people have is the gun. And the gun is very, very unforgiving. There is no room to say sorry once that trigger is pulled. So we want to educate our people, first of all. Second of all, the CCTV would have been a very good way, because in Anguilla, people are very famous for committing crimes and then realizing that they cannot be caught. One of the big things that has gone on in Anguilla, well, all around the world, but it has swept ashore here in Anguilla, is when people commit crimes, they say, nobody will dare to go in front of a judge and say that they saw me. So we have lost the whole concept of witness. Nobody sees anything in Anguilla, nobody hears anything. So the CCTV would have helped in that regard. When it comes to economic growth, we have to realize that in this island, we have a very small island, we have a limited scale of everything. We don't have the population to push business, so we really need to always be looking externally to bring in the necessary funding to finance our way of life here. So in the economic growth, I believe that the art party is dedicated to making the connections, using creativity to bring investment into the country at all times. When you are leading a country, you do not just want to work on what is already in the country. Because as you have seen, Four Seasons bought out Zemi Beach, which is good because it's continuing, but it is not new. So we cannot raise the profile of our economic growth. Thirdly, youth empowerment. There are a lot of people in Anguilla who have started businesses, shops, boutiques, car rentals. We need to let these people who are successful bring our youths under their tutelage, let our young people start businesses. It has been very unfortunate, even in my government time, that forming a business had become very cumbersome for a lot of people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. Dr. Hobson.
Health, education, and justice. The lack of access to healthcare is #1 cause for the mortality and morbidity being so high in Anguilla, as we've been noticing since 2020. Preventative medicine is a way of also bringing about economic empowerment and justice. Because the human being is all together tied in, this is holistic. So we don't separate out the different factors that affect our humanity. With the dignity that we want our people to have, in that our healthcare needs will be taken care of, along with the fact that we need to diversify our economy. Anguilla GDP is growing. It's over 1.377 billion in 2023, but the funds are not flowing freely along in the country. That's why we are promoting the Lion Universal Payment System, because we know the GST, which was campaigned against but was written in the books in 2018, initially slated at 17%. When that first came out, we started to contact the then controller, which was Mr. Kiel Connor, and we were bargaining at 7.5%. Everybody now is a profit after the fact. They all would know how to fix the GST, but the GST was coming from 2018. Where were the interactions with the civil servants who had been tasked in bringing out this new tax measure because of the banking crisis? And also, justice must be for all. We saw what happened in the hotel sector with Mr. Kenny Mitchell and Mr. Scott Hapgood. The famous situation in Isle Harbor with the medical students' death, including with the drugs being allegedly returned to the perpetrators. But young people in Anguilla, some who may or may not be using the marijuana plant, which can also be incorporated into a common agricultural policy, because the goal is not about smoking the weed, but giving people that economic justice. Justice must also be social, and it's not only economic. But in our court system, if you don't have money, then you cannot get that equal justice. So we promote universal health, universal education, and universal justice. That justice must involve using the payment system that we currently have and equalizing the payment system for a pension, not only for the politicians who get $582,000 lump sum and $11,640 a month for life, but the hotel workers who have to risk their lives, as in the case of Ken Mitchell, who actually lost his life, they have nothing when they're finished. So in order for our country to grow, it must grow equally and equitably, else that crime that we are speaking about just now by Mr. Richardson, it will continue to grow, but we want this country to be a country where everyone is equal. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hobson. Mr. Hodge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. When I look at this question, there are so many challenges that are facing this island at this time, and I will just take out 3 of them tonight. And the first one I want to talk about briefly is the issue of food security. When we see what is happening in the world around us, the wars, the trade wars, the skyrocketing cost of importation, we have to do whatever we can to improve food security in Anguilla. And I'm very happy to say tonight that this administration is taking proactive steps to address the issue of food security. When we look at what our minister is doing with developments in agriculture, with the shade houses, the training, the investments, with what she's doing in fishing, we are beginning to see the development of a mechanism that will ensure that even when the world around us is closing down, when the world around us is closing their markets to protect their people and make sure that the food that they have is reserved for their own people, that we in Anguilla can continue to eat. So we see what the farmers are doing with goats and sheep and pigs. So it's all a part and parcel of this initiative by this administration to improve food security in Anguilla. The other major issue for me is the issue of crime. Just last evening, we were all horrified to hear of the death of that young man. And we've had so many other cases in Anguilla of persons who have lost their lives through shootings or other. Just the other day in the Farrington, one of the persons that I would have grown up around, he was killed tragically in the Farrington. So this administration has had to sink significant sums of money into things like CCTV across the island, increasing the numbers of the police force, introducing programs into the prison, the probation department. The whole social development is also introducing programs, improving the whole family force initiatives. And these are incurring significant sums of money. But I want to say here tonight, and I've said this on so many occasions, that we have to go back to the family. We have to go back to the structure of the family and the community that we grew up around, that looked out for each other. We have to begin to instill in our young people from kindergarten the values, respect for life, so that when they get to these ages, they have a tolerance, they have a respect, they understand that life is precious. That when they pull that trigger and they take that life, they understand what it means. And we're hearing so many stories of them taking these drugs that numb the inhibitions, that basically gives them that courage to do these acts. So while on one hand, this government is investing significant sums of money to put the mechanisms in place, I also want to challenge the parents here tonight, the community, to begin to reach out for these young people when they see on the street corner, talk to them and mentor them. And the third one, very quickly, is training for our young people. Not only training, but giving them a better way of life. We introduced a minimum wage in 2024, and we want to see that increase to a living wage,
Mr.
where at
Hodge?
least you can have some dignity.
My apologies. Time is up.
Okay.
Apologies. Rebuttals? Mr. Hodge, sorry.
Thank you. So the three biggest challenges for me would be the economy, health, and education. And starting with the economy, if we look back between the last 5 to 7 years, we would see that in 2017, Anguilla was devastated by Hurricane Irma. And it was only 3 years after that we were hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. And 1 year later, we saw the increase of fees in the different areas of health and also at the port. And then it was another year after we saw the introduction of the goods and services tax. So for the past 5 to 7 years, we witnessed nothing but increases as it relates to the cost of living. Meanwhile, the population would have remained stagnant. Or maybe, perhaps, with all these economic shocks, we had people who were leaving, but we don't have the data when people leave to know how many have left. So these external shocks, and some of them internal, would have created a very unstable situation in the economy. There's a tagline that says, growing sustainably together. How can that be the case when our population remains flatline, when our wages remain flatline, but our costs and our taxes just continue to escalate over the years? So what do we need? We need relief. We need tax relief to allow the economy to grow. We need to allow our young entrepreneurs, our business people, to be able to invest with relative ease. We need diversification of the economy into manufacturing, into farming. We need to provide incentives to these areas. We need to invest heavily, first and foremost, and include incentives. Healthcare, we see our loved ones falling ill. As it relates to healthcare, we need to have a proactive marketing scheme to educate the public as it relates to fitness, as it relates to foods that are not good, as it relates to staying active and avoiding becoming sick and ill with non-communicable diseases. As it relates to education, we see a system that just rolls out students that may not have academic ability and then may not have athletic ability. But then what about trades? If we are rolling students out that doesn't have any of those three, then we know that we'll have a problem in society. So there needs to be a priority as it relates to the investment in TVET, in auto mechanics. When I went to school, we had Autodoc as our mechanic teacher. But the vehicle in there was a car with an engine that can't even start. So we need to invest heavily in the mechanical
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. Thank you to all candidates. We will now move into the rebuttal section. Candidates will now have 2 minutes to rebut or add. Mr. Richardson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. One of the things that I always marvel at as a young person growing up was that I love the story of Moses. And Moses, when he was journeying and God wanted to impact the way that the people would treat with one another, God gave Moses 10 commandments. And after many, many years, when Jesus came on the scene, he said that we are going to come down to just simply 2 commandments. One, you're going to love the Lord your God with all your heart. And the second, you're going to love your neighbor as yourself. And what I have found out is that we have moved so far away that our children, they do not have empathy, they do not have compassion, they do not have the skills for conflict resolution. So we really as a country need to get back on track. Otherwise, these crimes that we are seeing, people are coming to Anguilla and they are hiding among us because they feel welcome to do so. That place last night where people were killed, that spot now has become, that's not the first time, right? But it is a very famous hangout in Anguilla. And if people continue to destroy all of our alignment spots, we are in for serious problems. You heard the other night, Mr. Aristo Richardson, he said that at 6:30, that's it. Everybody has gone to the standing ground, and it's impacting business and everything else. So we really need to get a hold of who we are and how we want to live among ourselves here in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. Dr. Hobson.
I was curious to hear my good colleague speaking about food security. During the COVID shutdown, when this government was here, 5 farmer fees were increased by a factor of 11,900%. So instead of decreasing the taxes on the farmers, they actually increased it during those shutdowns. So if we want to be helping our people, we encourage them to do the backyard farming. That also will help to reduce their food bill. This will also encourage them to live a healthier lifestyle, because if you exercise and pick your own foods, then this will be a way of getting the prevention, which Kyle spoke about. But for my good friend Kyle, who mentioned about health, on page 5, which I showed him on Saturday, and Mr. Richardson would have been in that part too, you all promised us the National Health Fund from way back then. So if the people were getting these policies that you passed in your manifesto, then you'll have healthier individuals. So we must be proactive all the time, not just for campaigning, but whether or not we are in a campaign season, these words must match up. And that's why every 11:15 on Cool FM 103.3 with the great Max Akate, we have a program on food security. Because we have respect for our elder, Mr. Kate, we are able to write down and publish all of our plans. Because it's not written, it is not real. Mr. Richardson just mentioned about the Bible. You have to write it down to make that vision plain. Here a little and there a little. Line upon line, precept upon precept. And then when the people see your seriousness, as opposed to jacking up fees by 11,900%, your actions and your promises will line up, because if you're going to say something, you should do it. And that's why we say the lion is a hitman: honesty, integrity, and talent. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hobson. Mr. Hodge.
Thank you very much. Just to indicate, Dr. Hobson made a point about the fees going up. I would just point out that those fees would have been increased when the former minister, Mr. Kyle Hodge, was Minister of Economic Development under his hand. But getting back to my points earlier, I was talking about our training for our people, and I wanted to mention that $4.5 million that we have invested in scholarships, 200 digital scholarships as well, and a new program that I'm very excited about that is rolling out this year. It's a training program for our workers, especially hospitality workers, that we can begin to build their skill sets, that they can begin to train them in areas of supervisory management. In fact, allow them to aspire to whatever heights they want to arrive at. And that is something that we are using as a tax from work permit fees to build a training vote that will go towards training them. And I was talking earlier as well about our workers and the fact that we have introduced a minimum wage that we are hoping to increase to our living wage this year. Also a pension plan. You know, so many of our workers, when we were campaigning in 2020, were telling us they would have gone home after 30 odd years with just their last paycheck in their hand. And this government has put in place a pension committee that is working as we speak to lay out the framework of a pension plan for the workers of Anguilla. And very quickly as well, in our school system, this administration is developing our first nest egg financial literacy program, where we are teaching our primary school children the essentials of budgeting, saving, and investing. So this administration is really rolling all out to ensure that we build capacity of our young people from the very young, and we get up the chain to our young people in the workplace. So that is something that I think this administration and myself as Minister of Labor is very proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kenneth Hodge. Mr. Kyle Hodge.
Thank you. Just to respond to Minister Hodge regarding the increase in farming fees. Those fees were increased and they were supported by him in Executive Council as well. They were also approved by the Farmers Association. And to put it all into context, the fees that existed before my tenure as Minister of Agriculture were fees dated back to 1980. And those fees were 25 cents per quarter acre per year. And they were increased to $25 EC per month. So it was something that was sanctioned by the Farmers Association and supported by all in attendance. So it wasn't something that was done unilaterally. It was a coming together of minds in agreeing that we have to move farming forward, and everyone was willing to pay their fair share. As it relates, I'll just add a little bit more to the discussion about the economy, because Anguilla is more than sun, sand, and sea. It's the AI capital of the world. We also have a very talented robotics team. We also have in the diaspora many individuals in different professions who can be ambassadors for Anguilla. So we need to build out a plan to take Anguilla further than just advertising our beaches and our food. Although that is perfect and that is good, it's working for us, we need to be able to expand our economic base. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge.
Before we move on to question 2, I would just like to say that since the debate started, I would have heard a phone ring twice. Please turn your phones on silent or vibrate. And for the question, due to a reliance on international supply chains, food costs in Anguilla have steadily increased. How can food security be bolstered through increased intra-regional trade with our Caribbean neighbors? SDGs 2, 8, 9, 13, and 17. Due to a reliance on international supply chains, food costs in Anguilla have steadily increased. How can food security be bolstered through increased intra-regional trade with our Caribbean neighbors? SDGs 2, 8, 9, 13, and 17. We will begin with Dr. Hobson. You have 1 minute to prepare if you wish. And
So the customs, insurance, and the freight has increased because we also had the invasion of Ukraine in 2022 in Russia. Due to the fact that we had COVID, a lot of those supply chains were interrupted. However, in Anguilla, we know that we import most of our goods, but yet 16 different port fees were increased at the port. And in this case, some of those fees were increased by more than 5,000%. So we seem to have a percentage increase as our team here tonight. So we have neighbors that specialize in farming goods that we don't have. The Dominican Republic supplies a lot of workers that we can use here in Anguilla. And by having that food imported from our regional neighbors, not only the Dominican Republic, but also Guyana, St. Kitts, and nearby, we can reduce the customs down to 0. So if there's no customs and there's no GST on these foods from our neighbors, then we'll be increasing that regional trade that you're mentioning. We like to talk about our Caribbean brothers and sisters often, but we must put these words and themes into practice. We have just some of them who are here, who are experts, including the good Mr. Wang Thomas, who is part of the R team, and he introduced me to a couple of his colleagues in Anguilla, and he also was in Santo Domingo. So when we have our experts that are local, who also have connections in the Caribbean region, we must tap into these resources. But we can't be increasing fees at a level of 16 fees at such a high percentage and then expect that the prices in the stores will come down. Mathematics doesn't tell lies, humans tell lies, and especially politicians, they are very good at telling lies. But we need to realize and use our eyes that the only way that we're going to meet the price is when we practice that regional integration, not just with words, but with policy, and the policies must be 0% from those islands that we just mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hobson. We'll now move on to Mr. Kenneth Hodge.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. So there's a story behind these fee increases. When this administration came into office, we would have met the agreement between the government of Anguilla at that time and the British government for the COVID relief that spoke to issues with the statutory bodies. This administration had to provide substantial subventions to a lot of these statutory bodies, including ASPA. And one of the things that we did, we would have reduced or taken away the subventions, which meant that these statutory bodies had to then take up the slack through fees. So when persons said we increased the fees, we were putting money into these statutory bodies to allow them to function. When we took away those subventions, the fees had to go on for the bodies to exist. But I just want to say something about these food costs and the reliance on international supply chains. Just the other day, I went into a supermarket and I took up a crate of eggs. I put it in my cart and was going to the counter, and a lady stopped me. She said, "You look at the price on those eggs?" I said, "No." When I looked, it was $32 for that crate of eggs, right? High. And it tells me that the spiraling costs of imports across the globe are increasing. But I had the good fortune of serving for some years as Anguilla's ambassador, a representative on the OECS. I was the OECS commissioner for a number of years. And a lot of the discussions that we would have had centered around inter-island trade, particularly in produce. We know we have had the agreements with the farmer, the medicines, but one of the things we were looking at is utilizing the fruits and the vegetables from our neighboring islands. And we know a lot of those come into the island, and you see them by the roadside. But there was an interest from the OECS to formalize this. And up to when I retired, there were still discussions going on with that to make that happen. And I would like to see that continue. And I believe that when we get back in office, we will be able to continue that. But another thing as well, just about a week or two ago, myself and members of the cabinet would have met with a contingent from the Dominican Republic who are very much interested in supplying this island with fresh produce, fruits and vegetables, meats and so forth. And that is something that I think my ministry will continue to explore as we move forward later this year. So there are good opportunities out there that we can explore to help cut down the costs that we have to import from the American mainland that we can utilize to help our people to be able to enjoy a better way of life to decrease costs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. Mr. Kyle Hodge.
Thank you. It's an awesome question. I was the Minister of Agriculture for 2 years. And I believe what we need to be working on is to be meeting our farmers where they are. We can identify the farmers who are very serious. We see that there are several young people right now getting into farming. Some of them have 5 acres of land, some have 3 acres of land. They're gonna need help. They're gonna need incentives to be able to purchase the greenhouses, the hydroponics. The current Minister of Agriculture would have moved forward with some greenhouses. It's a good step, but some farmers need more than just one. You know, to just give a farmer one greenhouse, it's not enough because that crop, the rotation of it happens pretty quickly. So we're gonna need to look at those farmers who are in a position to produce and incentivize the industry for them, allow them to have multiple greenhouses or hydroponic farms, you know, and maybe funding, they're gonna need some assistance as it relates to funding. But on a bigger scale, I would have traveled to St. Kitts in 2022, and I would have been able to visit many farms in St. Kitts, and we would have established a relationship with the Minister of Agriculture and the Farming Association where they're willing to trade expertise. So I think a big part of this, because we don't have many people interested in farming, a big part of this is to trade expertise and allow extension officers from different countries to come in and train up our extension officers so that they can do the necessary field work. But if we take it a step back and look at our youngsters in school right now, we need to introduce a program to them at this stage so that they can know that when they grow up, when they graduate school, that tourism is not the only place for them to go. So just how there's a Hello Tourist program, we can introduce a Hello Farmer program, Hello Fisherman program, because fishermen in the olden days sent their kids to school. Farmers, I've heard stories of farmers quitting their job at the hotel and making more money per month with 1 or 2 rows of crop. So we need to embed from now into our youngsters' mind that they don't have to go and work for the big establishment. They can be entrepreneurs right here in Anguilla by farming and fishing. We also need to look at free trade agreements with our neighboring islands. Within the OECS, there are many free trade agreements that allows the different crops, the different materials to move to and fro without tax. So these are all things that is workable and doable, and under the Anguilla United Front, these are things that we will put into action within 100 days.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. Mr. Richardson?
Yes, thank you very much. I think that one of the great things that is coming out here in this discussion here tonight is that when it comes to sorting needs of the country, we must be looking internally and then externally. For example, food. The question that you asked is about food, and the first response coming from everybody here is that we must empower our people, our farmers, our fishermen, to be able to grapple with a high level of food security on the island. I have said it before, and I'll say it again tonight, when it comes to funding, financing, infrastructural development in Anguilla, that has to be an external trust. We cannot be taking money from our people through taxes to do these things. But as it relates to food security, I'm glad that all of my colleagues here agree. The first thing we have to do is look internally, put Anguillians in a position to be able to do this in a sustainable fashion, whether it be fishing or whether it be farming. Now, as I said before in my opening comments, I have demonstrated that it is not just a theory or a philosophy for the art, but I have the wherewithal, I have the contacts, I know how to get it done. During the hurricane, when the Americans were shipping in Vienna sausage and tuna fish and sardines, I came here on the ground with Mr. James Richardson. I had cassavas, I had chuletas, I had pork chop, I had cow meat, I had whole chicken, I had cassavas, I had avocados. We had the whole works here dishing out for the people of Anguilla, real food, and the people really appreciate it. But do you know what was the first thing that happened to me when that boat came here at the wharf and stand the ground? There was a big video of me barking like a dog that everybody found very funny. But what you Anguillians didn't know is that that boat cost $150,000 to come here because the boat came here with reefers, right? Refrigerators on that boat. And the first thing that happened to me, even though I was a minister, they put the customs dog on that boat because they felt that if you were going to do something like that for Anguillians at that cost, something else had to be going on. So they put the customs dogs on the boat rather than being happy that the interrelations between the countries were solved in Anguilla. We have people from St. Vincent, Dominica, who sell food stuff here in Anguilla, provisions. And like Kyle was saying, if government can strengthen these relationships from a governmental position, we could do a lot for food security, not only in Anguilla, but throughout the Caribbean with our Caribbean brothers and sisters. We have people from St. Vincent here who make it happen. We have people from Dominica who make it happen. So there's a lot that we can do in the Caribbean region. The time has come for us to stop believing in Miami and America and work with our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean. I believe that the time has come to have 2-3 flights out of Anguilla going to Santo Domingo, and the art party is
Mr.
going to make that
Richardson,
happen for the people of Anguilla.
your time
Thank you
has
very
expired.
much.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. And now for the rebuttals. You have 2 minutes to rebut or add any further information. We will begin with Dr. Hobson.
So far we were focusing on the imports, but Anguillians too can be exporting. So with my good partner, the LLB, that's Mr. Ladder, Mr. Fabian of the Deep Fate Fishing. He was an Anguillian who didn't receive any incentives for him to be able to provide quality food, because fish is also food. And when we don't favor our own people, positive discrimination, as some people refer to it as we refer to more technically, tax abatements and tax relief to encourage our entrepreneurs. And when these ideas are written and published to Dr. Wycliffe and Dr. Aidan Harrigan, including the deep sea fishing licenses, those boats are already out there depleting the supplies of about 90,000 square kilometers. So because we have technology, and everyone speaks about this partnership with the United Kingdom, that's between 150 to potentially 250 million US dollars that we are looking for, that is a source of tax relief to our Anguillians. And when we have our farmers, water is the main problem for the farmers. We heard about 24/7 water, which is all good and fine, but the price for the farmers had to be reduced. And along with Mr. Maxi Carter again, we negotiated with Mr. Ackland Vanterpool when he was on the yellow team. Now he's blue. So yellow and blue makes green. That's quite okay. And Mr. Richardson was the minister. So you have your Anguillians who are here, who are willing to empower other Anguillians, and that's the reason why we'll be able to show up on Wednesday as part of the LLB. That's your Bachelors of Law. But as Lion, the Ladder, and the Block, together we can make Anguilla better. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hobson. Gentle reminder to the audience, please refrain from making any noise while candidates are responding. And now we'll move on to Mr. Kenneth Hodge.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I too want to focus a few minutes on internal aspects of food security, and I invite each and every one of you, next time you're in the valley, drive down by the Agricultural Department and look to your left, and you will see those beautiful shade houses that are going up there to really assist the farmers to grow their produce in sort of a hydroponic environment. And then we also have the soon-to-be commissioned abattoir, where our farmers can take their animals in to have them butchered in a proper hygienic environment. We have seen tremendous response to the sale of chicks. Well over 6,000 chicks, I believe, to date have been sold. And we have seen one of the local farmers from Blowing Point that would have been putting some very, very nice birds on the market for sale. And of course, the water is an issue, as the good doctor said, and I know our Minister of Natural Resources is working assiduously to deal with things like wells and making some of the dormant wells active again so that the farmers can, get water. And I must say that we must acknowledge that in the budget for 2025, there is a renewed emphasis on food security, with investments, as I said, in this agricultural infrastructure to boost local food production and reduce reliance on imports. So for us, this administration, it is very big on sustainable farming and practices and promoting community-based nutrition initiatives to ensure that Anguillian families have access to healthy, locally produced food, and all of that contributes to resilient and sustainable food supply chain. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. We will continue with Mr. Kyle Hodge.
Rebuttal?
Yes.
Yeah, so there's nothing to rebut, but just to add that, we are in the stage of technology, and as much as possible, we need to utilize technology in all aspects of our sectors, and especially farming, where we can build out a platform where we communicate with our farmers to know what crops they are growing, and as it relates to the forecasting of those crops, when those crops will mature. The issue is, without forecasting, you have importers who don't have a choice but to bring in fruits and vegetables because they're not aware of when the local produce will be ready. So we have to resolve the issue of communication between farmer and supplier. And once we bridge that gap and be able to forecast the various crops that we have coming, then we'll be able to restrict some of the imports that are coming in based on what we have growing locally. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. Over to you, Mr. Richardson.
Yeah, I think that it is very important as we go forward from 2025 to make sure that our fishermen and our farmers do not get turned around or get turned down in terms of being able to sell their product. I know packaging is an issue that some of them have. Government needs to look into that. I was happy to hear Mr. Ken Hodge talk about the abattoir, which I believe is a great step forward in helping our people with meat and packaging and so forth. I hope that the government really would look into making sure that as far as packaging is concerned, we do the very best to help our people with being able to package. We have to take the duties off of egg boxes and these sorts of things to really help our people going forward. And as Mr. Hobson said, the mix and match. Everybody knows that when you're eating your salad, you take your cucumbers and you take your tomatoes and you mix them, right? So in this upcoming election, do not be afraid to mix and match, because you want the very best. You want the very best in this election. Correct. To work for your country. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson.
Thank you to all candidates. I would like to now use this time to remind members of the audience that snacks and drinks are on sale in the back. All funds generated will be used to support the Anguilla National Youth Council. Moving on to question 3. 53% of Anguilla's debt is owed to Social Security due to the banking resolution. What is the best solution at time, and if not, what alternative resolutions could have been utilized? SDGs 1, 8, and 11. I will repeat. 53% of Anguilla's debt is owed to Social Security due to the banking resolution. What is the best solution at time, and if not, what alternative resolutions could have been utilized? SDGs 1, 8, and 11. We will start with Mr. Kenneth Hodge.
Wait, one moment. To just clarify, the question states, was this the best solution at the time? And if not, what alternative resolutions could have been utilized?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. That is an excellent question, Mr. Moderator. But for me, and I believe for most of us in this room, we were not made aware of what the alternatives were. I think this administration had to endure or had to go through solutions to solve a problem that we were not given all information that was required. And I think that was a travesty of justice in that regard. But nonetheless, we as an administration have had to make the most of it, the best of it, so to speak. And as I said, this money is owed to Social Security, and we've been doing our best to pay down these funds so that it cannot be a burden on our children and children to come. And one of the things that we have done, particularly in our budgetary allocations, is that we have been putting money into developing our entrepreneurs, giving them mentorship and funding and training. And I'm talking here about things like the business incubator, where we are giving our young people those skill sets to develop and to raise, to get funds to drive economic growth. We are also working with the development board to implement a support program to meet the needs of micro and small businesses through grants and loan funding, so that we can empower entrepreneurs to foster innovation and drive economic growth. So we understand that this banking resolution has placed a tremendous burden on this country. And I remember Christina Scott would have said, for generations to come, and that we as an administration, we cannot shirk our responsibility, we just can't turn our back on it. We are aggressively working to deal with it. And that is why we have put in the budget these different initiatives that are geared towards driving economic growth so that we can ensure that at least our business people have the capacity to drive the economy, drive their business, raise funds so that we can at least continue to pay down our debt while at the same time seeing the country move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kenneth Hodge. Mr. Kyle Hodge, you have 1 minute to prepare and 3 minutes to respond.
What I know for sure is that we could not allow our banking institution in this country to fail. No decision would have been an easy one. So with hindsight, I would say that the decision to bail out the banks was indeed the right one. In America, for example, you had automotive companies being bailed out. You had other institutions being bailed out because the world at large went through a downturn. To tell people in Anguilla that the option is you either get 10 cents on every dollar or government will step in and take over the banks, and there's a debt that we'll have to pay for generations. I think we would all choose the option that was chosen. Looking back in 2016 when it was happening, I would fault the administration for maybe not doing more public consultation, maybe not sensitizing the public as to what really took place and why we're in the position we're in and why we need to do what we are doing. That's one of the blames that I would lay on the last administration. But to bail out the bank, indeed, was the right decision. Where we are now with the bank is the next question, because it is still a government-owned entity that shares can be sold and government could divest majority of its interests, and the money collected from that can further pay down the debt in a faster and quicker manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. Mr. Curtis Richardson.
I thank you very much. It's a very powerful question, and it is one that you probably will need a half an hour to really explain, but I'll try to do it in 3 minutes. We live in a very cruel and uncertain world, and one of the things I've learned from being a minister in government is that there is no one, and when I say no one, I mean no one. There is no one that wants to come to our help in times of crises. That is why I had been very quiet about the Honorable Lorenzo Webster implementing the GST, even though I am not happy about it. It is the same reason why, working in the Victor Banks administration, the British government told us that they were coming to give us assistance. The same Christina Scott that the Honorable Kenneth Hodge spoke about. They came to Anguilla and offered us help, but you know what they wanted us to do? They wanted us to tell Anguillians that they had to take a haircut. So if you had a bank book with $10,000, in the morning the bank would call you and tell you that you got $1,000. So I told Mr. Banks that I had to try to get to West End quick before this got out to the Anguilla public. Because there is nobody in Anguilla that has $10,000 that you can tell them in the morning they only have $1,000. So when we talk about were there other options, there were a lot of other options. But these options were very painful. And I said before, the Social Security funding was leaning on the Anguilla public. It is no different to what the Honorable Lorenzo Webster has done. In times of crises, when you cannot go external for help, you have to look internal. And this is where my comrade Romel says that the APM is like the AUF but on steroids. So, the most fundamental problem here is that we passed the 2015 budget in December of 2015. Do you know when that budget was assented to? That budget was assented to in April of 2016. Do you know why that budget was not assented to? That budget was not assented to because the same Christina Scott and the British government did not want to pass the budget because Mr. Banks had in that budget a solution for the banking resolution. So the British government stifled and strangled the government from solving the problem through the budgetary process. And after we could not get it done through the budget, Mr. Banks left the island. Dr. Aidan Harrigan called me because I was acting premier. I said, Dr. Harrigan, let us move on with the country and solve the banking resolution later. So I separated the banking resolution from the budget. In less than 12 hours, the Honorable Doddridge, the Minister for the Overseas Territories, wrote me back and said, Minister, the budget is passed. Mr. Banks came back and he started to work on the banking resolution, and that's why Social Security became a part of the solution. There were many ways that were tried. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. Dr. Hobson?
In order to know something is the best, you have to be given at least 3 options. So far we heard only about 2, one potentially that the British might have mentioned, and the one that we actually got. And in this resolution, there's also $56.88 million that's going to the large depositors. So these poor people that everybody was speaking about tonight and all of the rostrum that they so care about, these individuals, including those who are not banking at NBA or CCB, they're also paying the burden for those who are much better off. So if you're looking at cost reduction, that information should have also been spelled out to the people of Anguilla, because then we're going to be getting this back and forth hypocritical talk concerning the G, the S, and the T, because if you're saying that you're not going to have the GST, and if you care about the burdens, then you'll have to have an option that will be cheaper. So if you don't give information with explanation to the nation, then you're always going to end up with stagnation, and you're going to have this constant back and forth where the blame game never ends. That's why we always look towards solution, yes? And a payment system where you are able to target how you are paying back the debt is one of the effective ways. But based on this question here concerning Social Security, that belongs to us. Therefore, the rate is going to be lower than if it was commercially driven. So 3% is the interest rate for Social Security, but the $59.4 million that was borrowed from the CDB, that's 7.5%. And that's why we practice and preach self-reliance. So whether it's the Fabian brothers, Mr. Max Carter, or myself, these are doctrines that we believe in, and this is what we want to practice. But to give us 3 options, then we'll know if this one was the best. But so far, we only heard about 2. So from English and logically, that one could be better, maybe. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hobson. Mr. Kenneth Hodge?
Thank you. So I repeat my question at the beginning, what were the options? Because we don't know what those options were. My colleague across the table seems to have been aware of those options, and this administration, like I said, we still would like to know what those options were. But nonetheless, sorry?
Members of the audience, please respect the candidates.
Yes.
You can proceed.
So we have moved on because, like, we couldn't throw our hands up and basically hide ourselves. We had to take the bull by the horns and move forward. And I think this is why we have NCBA today, and this administration has thrown its full support behind that institution. This is doing very well. It is really performing quite, I would say, admirably. And the government is basically the major shareholder in that institution, and we continue to support initiatives that will continue to see that bank grow and develop. I must say here as well that given what has happened with the banking resolution and the fact that we as a government are continuing to pay down that debt in a sustainable manner, we believe that the bank, NCBA, because we have to keep our support behind that institution, because if we don't have a local banking institution in a country, that undermines the ability of our small business operators to get funding. We know with the experience with the larger bank, and certainly this administration will continue to support the NCBA to see it go from strength to strength. And basically, I think moving forward that this bank will continue to develop under this administration, and we will continue to give the support as is required. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge.
We will continue with the rebuttals and hear from Mr. Kyle Hodge.
I think the issue was ventilated enough, well, at least from my standpoint. But the the person with the most information, the Minister of Finance, the Premier of this country, would be in the best position to answer whether or not, the resolution was the right one. As Minister of Finance, he's also the chair of the Monetary Council, and by virtue of that position alone, he would have been able to, view the various documents, whether it's the resolution or the Banking Act or the bill. He is in the best position. That's a question that he could answer better than most of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. Mr. Richardson?
Yes, I think that the banking resolution was a major success. The people of Anguilla will forget, and because God has us designed that way to make life easy. But we could not change checks, we couldn't wire money, nothing was going on. And I am telling you that Mr. Banks was in the same predicament that the Honorable Lorenzo Webster was in. The difference here, though, is that we had consultation when the people started to have outcry, because you have to remember that the people kicked down the courthouse door when we went to the House to pass it. So they had outcry for the GST, they had outcry for the banking resolution. We stopped for about a couple of days, a week or so, and went back to the House and passed it. The Premier that is here now, Webster, he went through. And Dr. Hobson also raised another fundamental issue with the bank. These monies that were lost in the bank, Dr. Hobson, it is still a big debate whether they were deposits or whether they were investments. If they were deposits, they need to be refunded. But if they were investments, when you invest and things go bad, you lose your investments. So that is why the monies in those banks were always left in a questionable position. But the NCBA that was created, even though we lost NBA and CCB, the NCBA is an asset that is now in the hands of the APM administration. They were not able to go into a share issue in this 5-year term. I'm hoping that in the next government, that government can push on, and it will be the art government, but that government needs to push on to do a share issue. But while we talk about the debt, there's also an asset. So you must respect that there. With the GST, no asset is being created. It is just eaten from the public, and the government is doing what they want to do. But with the bank, an asset was created that has to return the money in some fashion when we do a share issue. So it is all a lot of debate that can go on, but as a minister in the government, you do not have time. That is the problem with being in government. You don't have the luxury of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. Dr. Hobson?
Yes, this same Social Security was also used in 2010. $50 million was borrowed from Social Security. So we also have pension liabilities of $275 million actuarial. Social Security fund itself is not that strong. And for the police pension fund, that is $38,737,000. So while it's good to hear from my London colleague that the bank is doing well, can you cash US checks at the bank? Because I have US checks, and I tried to cash checks before, and the check was returned to me. But because it's now a state asset, I want it to remain a state asset, but then because it belongs to all of us. Our principle is equality. We ask the people to bear a burden. Now that the people bear that burden, and now they have an asset, this is an excellent time for us to keep it, but make sure that Anguillians run it. Good jobs can be done by Anguillians. We cannot be spending $11,097,000 on consultants from away always. We can look inwards so that we who are bearing the burden, because remember, Social Security was an asset, then that asset was turned into a liability. Because we turned that into a liability, our tax measures had to be introduced. So at some point, we either have to admit that either GST was necessary or present the alternative that would have been given, but so far it's good that we have this asset, including the airport. Our principle is leave Anguilla own everything, and that's a goal that we want to keep on pushing towards. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hobson. And now for our final question of the evening. While Anguilla contributes almost nothing to global emissions, we undoubtedly face the brunt of the effects of climate change. What are the greatest environmental threats to Anguilla, and how can these be mitigated? SDGs 11, 13, 14, 15, and 17. While Anguilla contributes almost nothing to global emissions, we undoubtedly face the brunt of the effects of climate change. What are the greatest environmental threats to Anguilla, and how can these be mitigated? SDGs 11, 13, 14, 15, and 17. We will begin with Mr. Kyle Hodge. You have 1 minute to prepare, if you wish.
Thank you for the question. I would say, first of all, global warming is one of our biggest threats, because with global warming, we see the intensification of hurricanes. And being in this Caribbean belt, and thank God we have been spared for the last 8 years, going on 8 years now. Hurricanes, they come, we have no control, and we see how they are growing in the category 5s and 6s. And when they come, they destroy everything in their path. We have been, as a people, to be able to build back stronger. So as it relates to our structures, in our houses, in our schools, in our clinics, we have been able to build back stronger, and hopefully those structures would be able to withstand hurricanes if and when they come again. But when hurricanes come, in addition to our structures being damaged, we see how they damage telecommunications and how they damage our electricity grid with the knocking down of all our poles and what's not. So it's important that we look to put as much of our energy on the ground. It's important that we look to go into renewables as quick as possible, whether it's the wind turbines that we can remove, pull down when a storm is coming, and then erect once the storm has passed. The panels that we can take apart, angle in such a way where the forces of hurricanes do not destroy them. The other greatest threat I see is Trump, because Trump is only in there a month. He has another 3 years to go, 3 years and months. And with the massive deportation of Caribbean migrants to that country, and the massive deportation of those incarcerated, and all of the tax hikes and the trade wars, I'm scared for the next 3 years going into an administration. But the solution to that is to look to trade with other countries, look to trade with the UK, look to trade with European countries. We know for a fact that their standards in health, their standards in food production is even much higher. So maybe what Trump is doing could be a blessing in disguise, because we need to look to other sources and not be too reliant on one source market for our food. So I just would like to say that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. Mr. Richardson?
Yes, definitely I would say hurricanes. In my 5-year term in office, I have lived through that experience. I have gone through the worst hurricane in the history of Angola as the minister responsible, and I know the kind of devastation to people personally in their homes. Many people had severe losses, windows, doors, some people lost entire roofs and so forth. So we have to look out for these things. But the entire national electricity plant was also lost, and the cost to put that back was astronomical. It was good for us that the British government, after many years of growing up and hearing that the British government has not really done anything to help us with being underdeveloped and undeveloped, it was good that they came in. I guess the international media and press sort of put them in a position where they had to respond to us on some sort of significant level. But definitely the hurricanes is one of these climate changes. Every year they are becoming more and more aggressive. They are coming with greater intensity and greater frequency. So we really need to do a lot. I'm glad that, as Coyle pointed out, we have been able to build back stronger and better, which was something that my heart was sold out to for the people of Anguilla. I felt that as the minister, I had to go to all of these facilities. Some of them were rat and bat schools. Some of them were very, very beneath the standard of what was good for us. So I was glad that God created an opportunity whereby the demolition served the people of Anguilla well. So hurricanes is one of those things. And the next thing that we have to look out for with climate change is flooding. Sandy ground is one area in Anguilla that most of us would expect to suffer from flooding, but for some reason sandy ground has been heavily anointed not to suffer. We remember that the valley flooded, right? We had flooding in the valley. People had to use boats to go around the valley. You couldn't find people's houses. And that also happened in East End and other areas. But we have to look out for it. And the other situation that we have in Anguilla that is affecting our tourism product is the sargassum weed. You will notice that climate change has affected that. Some people say it's pollution. People are dumping toxic chemicals in the sea. It's killing the sargassum and it's coming this way. Whatever is the reason, the sargassum weed, when it comes here, it has devastated the beauty of our beaches. And so these are the ways that climate change have impacted us here in Anguilla. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. Dr. Hobson.
Because of climate change, the intensity of the hurricanes are predicted to keep on growing. We saw what happened with Irma 2017. For some, they can see it as being an opportunity, but remember too, one Anguillan also lost his life. When these impacts happen on a small nation, we end up losing all our communication, and it made it difficult for individuals who are reliant on the tourism plant for them to go to their jobs. Tsunamis is another possibility that can occur due to environmental changes in the global emissions, because as the atmosphere heats up, that too can also have an impact on the oceans. The oceans are the largest source of oxygen, and that's why we want to ensure that our oceans, that they are clean, and we want to reduce our emissions there. So not only on land must we be cognizant of not polluting, but also our oceans. And then to reduce or to mitigate, help to mitigate the impact of these storms, planting of trees so that the soil can help to be rooted. That's another mitigation factor. And then, even though this one is not directly due to the global emissions, another environmental factor, because Earth is a bio, geochemical, physical sphere, we also in an earthquake zone. And so we just have to warn and educate our people about the risk of increased hurricanes. But another mitigation strategy was touched on by both our ministers, was the fact that in Anguilla we build our houses very well. So we have already gotten the solution for that part of it. The other part is to ensure that we keep our oceans clean, we reduce any emissions that we have ourselves, plant our trees, take care of our environment, and listen to the disaster preparedness group whenever they give out these warnings. And let us stay safe, and of course, prayer never hurts. That also can help. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hobson. We'll move along to Mr. Kenneth Hodge.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. It is a true statement that we contribute almost nothing to global emissions, but we face the brunt. And we have seen, as my colleagues across the table have said, the effects of the hurricanes and the other weather systems. Sometimes you have gone to the beach and the seawater is actually hot, you know. And so we have seen these superstorms that have affected us, and we know the experience back in 2017. And so what we're doing now, as we are developing and fixing our roads, we are now burying a lot of our electrical plant, our electricity and data underground, so that it can ensure that at least coming back after that storm is a little easier in those areas that have that infrastructure already buried. We have a major issue, environmental issue with coastal erosion. There's a lot of sand mining that takes place across Anguilla, particularly in the east. And that is also leading to the erosion of our sand dunes that are being destroyed. Our coral reefs, the whole issue of bleaching. And this is why we are putting so much emphasis on the whole question of marine parks. Another major environmental issue for us is that that dump over at Carito that has basically passed its lifespan, and we have to do something with it, and I know we are looking at plans how to deal with it, whether we can utilize some of the contents to generate energy. And of course, the sargassum is a persistent threat to us here in Anguilla. It clogs up our beaches. I know in other territories they have utilized innovative ways of harvesting the sargassum and turning it into fertilizer. And this is something I think we are looking at here as well, perhaps acquiring one of the machines that could go out and trap the seaweed. So all in all, I think Anguilla is very small. We are also now, even in terms of our buildings, we are retrofitting our buildings to ensure that they're energy efficient. We are seeing the advent of electrical vehicles into our fleet as well. And I know I'm very happy that the new office complex that is starting later this year, to house a number of government departments, that will also utilize the very latest in terms of energy efficiency. And that will be a plus for us here in Anguilla as we move forward towards developing our infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. And now for the rebuttals. Again, you have 2 minutes to rebut or add any further information. We will begin with Mr. Kyle Hodge.
I just want to reinforce the point with America being in political turmoil and Trump very new in his presidency, that with the administering power that we have, the United Kingdom, that we need to be able to negotiate some trade deals. Currently, the United Kingdom, they would have brokered a deal with the Caribbean region called CARIFORUM. It's a trade deal with every member of CARICOM, where they trade goods free of taxes. Now, we might not be in a position at this time to produce a lot to be able to ship out, but at least we can be on the receiving end. We could benefit from being on the receiving end of quality products from a different source market. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. Mr. Richardson?
Thank you very much. The scripture declares that in the last days perilous times shall come. And indeed, if you look around the world, we can see that we are living in perilous times. I am over 50 years old, and it is the first time in my lifetime I have seen and heard an earthquake registering up 8 and above. So we know that these things are coming upon us. We have been warned by the scriptures that we are in the last days, and these are the things that are going to come upon us. So our hearts are not to be fearful, but we are to be cognizant of the fact that this world, as much as some of us believe we got to preserve it, the scripture declares that this world is not our home. And a lot of people mock and scorn, but we need to make preparation to go to a better place. But until that time comes, we are here, and while we are here, we have to occupy until that day. The Carito, people talk about the aquifer over at Carito, and that is just like the GST. Again, whenever you are in government, I want the voting public to know this. No fancy speeches. When you are in government, you are dealing with the problems of the country in real time. Government is the only thing that I have ever had in my life where there is no button called pause. So when you are in government, you don't have the luxury of saying, certain things you cannot dilly-dally. You have to make decisions and deal with real issues. So I want everybody to keep that in mind as we go forward. The small nature of Anguilla makes us beautiful to a lot of people, but it also makes us very vulnerable. And we as a people must go forward and try to find the best people that can take our country onwards and upwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. Dr. Hobson?
Because the environment we can't completely control, we can mitigate, and that's where insurance also comes in. So we are part of the CRIF, and we make sure that we pay our premiums, but also we must build up our own capital buffers so that we're able to help ourselves. This world is getting more nationalistic, where everybody is looking out for themselves, which Mr. Kyle Hodge is basically touching on. And in other mitigation efforts, such as making sure that the communications is underground, that too is also welcome, but then again, it must also be cost effective. I myself am a climate refugee. I used to live in East End. We got flooded out. The flood reached to the ring beam of the house, and that's how come I moved from District 1 to District 4 on a higher elevation. And for that period of time, being a refugee, you didn't have access to the internet, which also occurred again in 2017. But that's how I end up on the radio, so maybe that could be a form of a blessing, as Brother Curtis said, and that's how come I'm here at this table because of that. So any providential thing that happens in our life, we must take it and make the best out of it. Problems will come, but we got to go towards the solution. So we are always driven towards the solution, and let us build up capital reserves for the so-called handouts, as people may refer to them. But there are people in Anguilla who always need a hand up, and it's good for us to not just say farewell, but for us to have a welfare. And we are also stewards of this earth. We were given, according to that story, in the garden to take care of the earth and those animals. And that's why we want to have sustainable policies and plans, whether it's fishing, farming, and mitigating through our economy. And definitely any building practices which you already have, we can build on those. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hobson. Mr. Kenneth Hodge?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. And I think my colleague here would have underscored the need for maintaining proper reserves. Because if we don't have proper reserves, every time we have a major disaster, we have to go cap in hand to our British neighbors. And so for this government, we have been able, through GST and the .ai fund, we have been able to put aside sensible reserves. We have now about $200 million, which says to us that we are preparing, God forbid, if we ever have another natural disaster, we are at least in a position to help ourselves, at least initially. And also, we are also utilizing some of the funds from the .ai to create what we call a wealth fund, where we can use those funds to build capacity, to train scholarships and infrastructure and so forth. So at the end of the day, while we are working as a government to enhance the lives of our people, we are also ensuring that we are putting aside the reserves so that rainy day, so that we as a people can feel a sense of pride that when we have a misfortune or whatever, that we can go into our capital, our budget, and we can take out money to help sustain ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge.
Thank you to all candidates. We will now move into the closing statements. Mr. Richardson, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. You can count on me because with me, delayed is not denied. We have come back to these same debates to discuss the 17 Sustainable Developmental Goals. When you renewed your contract last election with the representatives, you were signing a commitment to which every person in Anguilla would be guaranteed a better life and the fulfillment of the 17 goals. This contract was a commitment that with your vote, the ones chosen would get in position and function in the defense of our lives, special needs, and interests. I want to remind Anguillians that the SDG number 1 and number 2, no poverty and zero hunger. Under this administration, the people of Anguilla will have to decide if families have struggled more, if families are still left hurting. In the art, we intend to remove the GST off of CIF for shipping and off of household electricities. Under the Sustainable Development Goals, number 3, good health, the Anguilla people will have to decide if health care has really been addressed, has been made better under this APM administration. Number 4 is quality education. You, the people, have to decide, have you been happy with the way the APM administration has led when it comes to quality education? Number 5, gender equality. I think that we can say that our women are outperforming our men in Anguilla, and I think that even in this election time, you hear the mantra that we can possibly have our very first female premier. So there's a lot of equality going around in Anguilla. Clean water and sanitation. I was the minister that created 24/7 water. It was a reality. And I believe that this administration has failed the people in that regard. Affordable and clean energy is number 7. And again, the government struggled for 5 years trying to do a PPA and has left the people of Anguilla with great electricity costs. Number 8, number 9, number 10, down to 17. You, the people of Anguilla, because of time constraints, you can Google them on the internet and you can go through for yourself and see if this administration has indeed lived up to the promise of the 17 Sustainable Developmental Goals. I thank you very much. Vote art, vote the heart, vote smart. Thank you all very much and good night.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. Dr. Hobson.
Politics is about representation, representing our people, not only those who are the elites, but the least among us. All of us here share and believe in the Bible, the good book, but we must put that doctrine into practice. And that's how come our philosophy of Christian social democracy, or democratic socialism, emphasizes universal health. If you're not healthy and in a good state, as I am not tonight, you cannot function to your maximum capacity. But because we say that we are our brother's keeper, we know that we have the ability with all of those reserves, and if we have $473 million set aside for an airport, that's all good and fine, we definitely can afford the $24 million for the healthcare. And no, Mr. Kennard, we don't need any consultants from Barbados to do it. The lion is right here. I'm willing and able to do it for the Anguilla people. Universal education means from the cradle up until the grave, you're emphasizing the importance of learning. There's also a culture of Anguilla of mocking learning. Learning includes all versions of learning, not only the academic, the theoretical, but definitely the practical and the technical. So any type of internship programs, we also support. So we want not only for our citizens to be healthy, we want them to be wise. But health is wealth, and prevention is a way of ensuring some of those 17 SDGs that Mr. Richardson mentioned. Then, universal justice. Only once every 5 years are we voters, but we are citizens every day of the year. And your dignity matters. When I'm away traveling, I still have to intervene to help individuals in Anguilla who get run around from the administrative systems. Myself was banned off of Radio Anguilla for more than a year. Mr. Kennard could have come in to help his Christian brother, but he didn't. But that's why you have to be able to persevere for yourself and fight for yourself. If the lion cannot stand up for his own self, I cannot stand up for you. So we are grateful to live in a democracy name, but we have to keep on pushing on so that democracy can become not just an ideal, but that it is real. And we are looking forward to see our colleagues again on Wednesday, God Spare Life, Mr. Neil, when we have that leadership debate, because Mr. Richardson, my other Christian brother, he invited me, and I will show up God Spare Life, even if I have this bad cough. I thank you. One lion, one vote. Unity is strength. Let us keep that up together. I say, lion!
Thank you, Dr. Hobson. Mr. Kenneth Hodge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. It has been a tremendous pleasure and honor and privilege to have been here this evening, to have shared in this debate with my colleagues to discuss the issues of vital importance to this country as we look to contest and form the next government in just a few days from now. I want to say here that we have been grateful for the opportunity to speak to these Sustainable Development Goals, which, as we have seen throughout these debates, which should have started some days ago, form the bedrock for the future of Anguilla and her people. I want to say to the listening audience here this evening that this administration, of which I am a minister, I'm a member of, which is led by Premier Dr. Ellis Lorenzo Webster, we have put the people of Anguilla first in all that we have done. And I know over the past days, the other candidates have spoken about what has been happening in their ministries and their departments. And I want to just speak a few moments this evening about what's going to be happening in my own sphere of the ministry, particularly in the area of labor. The workers of Anguilla, where we are rolling out a training program for our workers to ensure that we build capacity. So many of our workers, they leave school, they don't have the funds to go off and study, and they have to resort to being perhaps a pool boy or a turn-down beds. But I always tell them that is just a stepping stone to greater things. And through the training vote that we are laying the groundwork for this year, we're going to help them to elevate themselves to higher heights. We also are going to be looking at putting a living wage in place. We have started with the minimum wage, and now a year later we are going to be reviewing that for a living wage. And of course, the pension plan that we are working on, the committee is working, even though we are in recess, so to speak, from government, the work of government continues. And one of the things that I'm so proud of when we were in St. Martin over the weekend, I had the opportunity to speak to quite a few great-grandchildren in St. Martin. I think there's a misconception that the great-grandchildren refer only to persons of the Dominicano population, but great-grandchildren are great-grandchildren, whether they are from Santo Domingo, Cuba, St. Martin, French and Dutch, wherever. And I met a few of them, and I told them, you need to come home and claim your birthright. So we are very proud as an administration that we have been able to facilitate them with the removal of work permit fees and immigration fees. The challenges facing this country are tremendous, and we as an administration, APM, we have risen to the challenge. We have made the difficult decisions that were necessary to take this country forward. And 3.5 years later, you can see for yourself the effects of this progress upon this country. You can drive around Anguilla and see for yourself. And we are asking for your vote in the upcoming election, just a few days away, to enable us to continue to this great work, to continue to build on the foundations that we have laid, to ensure that this country continues to move from strength to strength. And we are therefore asking for your support on election day to say yes to progress, to say by your vote that you are supporting what we are doing and you are supporting the moving of this country forward. Progress, say yes to progress. I really thank you for this opportunity to have appeared here this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. Mr. Kyle Hodge.
Thank you. You saved the best team for last. Ladies and gentlemen, these are critical times. Turn on CNN, pick up a newspaper, and you will see a wall that is marked by one word: uncertainty. There are growing geopolitical tensions all across the globe. Increased uncertainty over tariff policy of the new US administration, wavering commitments to climate change, and threats of rising inflation. And now, too often, the alarming rise of gun violence amongst our Caribbean youth, and right here at home in Anguilla. Anguilla, the AUF has a plan to grow our economy by providing more tax relief to you, the taxpayer, to grow our private sector, and to make sure people have money in their pockets to live. We are making a commitment to our young people to focus on job creation in the booming fields of artificial intelligence, fintech, and robotics. We are making a commitment to lowering the cost of living and we are making a commitment to the business community to ease the burden of doing business in Anguilla. Anguilla, all is not well in our society, and it requires bold leadership to address our challenges. The Anguilla United Front is presenting to you a team that cares, a team that listens, a team that is ready to lift up all Anguillians. This current administration is missing a key ingredient when it comes to their policy making, and that is the ability to listen and respond with care. We must have compassion for the people and businesses that are hurting on a regular basis in Anguilla. And it is time to make a change by electing a party that puts the people of Anguilla first. Vote for the Anguilla United Front. Vote for the Beacon. Thank you, and God bless Anguilla.
And that brings the question segment to a close. Okay, so we'd just like to thank the candidates for coming here this evening and sharing with us. We'd like to thank the audience for being here this evening and supporting. We'd like to announce that the series continues tomorrow with at-large debates right here at the Campus Q, ALHCS Campus Q cafeteria, starting at 6 p.m. and then followed by another set of debates at 7 p.m. We ask that you support the ANYC at the back as they are selling some drinks and refreshments. Thank you once again for coming out. Enjoy your evening.